The story of cryptography begins not with spies or soldiers, but with the simple act of writing itself. Around 3000 BC, in the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia and along the banks of the Nile River, humanity developed the earliest forms of systematic writing. Cuneiform script emerged in Mesopotamia, pressed into soft clay tablets with wedge-shaped styluses, while Egyptian scribes painted hieroglyphic symbols onto papyrus and carved them into stone. These writing systems represented a revolution in human communication, allowing knowledge, laws, and stories to be preserved across generations and transmitted across distances. Yet, as soon as humans learned to write, some began to think about how to hide what they had written. The earliest known example of written cryptography appeared around 1900 BC in Egypt. At Meni Hassan, in the tomb of Khnumhotep II, scribes employed non-standard hieroglyphs in their inscriptions. These alterations did not appear to serve a military or political purpose. Rather, the unusual hieroglyphs seemed designed to add mystery and prestige to the inscriptions themselves, transforming ordinary tomb writings into something more exotic and exclusive. The scribes were not trying to conceal information from enemies, but instead creating a sense of the sacred and the special through deliberate obscurity. Around 1500 BC, Mesopotamian craftsmen discovered another practical application for concealing information. Clay tablets from this period contain what appear to be encrypted cuneiform recipes for pottery glazes. These craftsmen had valuable trade secrets, formulas that gave their workshops competitive advantages in producing superior ceramics. By deliberately obfuscating their writing, they protected this technical knowledge from rivals who might otherwise copy their methods. This represents perhaps the first industrial espionage countermeasure, a recognition that information itself had commercial value worth protecting. The development of cryptography as a deliberate practice required not just the existence of writing, but also the recognition that writing could be manipulated according to systematic rules. Around 600 BC, Hebrew scribes developed Atbash, a cipher system based on the Hebrew alphabet. The principle was elegant in its simplicity. Replace the first letter of the alphabet with the last, the second with the second to last, and so on throughout the entire alphabet. Examples of Atbash appear in the biblical books of Jeremiah and Lamentations, where certain words are enciphered using this substitution method. Atbash represented a conceptual leap because it demonstrated that alphabetic writing was not just a tool for recording language, but a system that could be transformed according to rules, creating a hidden layer of meaning beneath the surface text. The Greeks, with their talent for documentation and their constant involvement in warfare and politics, advanced both the practice and the recording of secret communication. Around 487 BC, the historian Herodotus documented several ingenious methods of secret communication in his histories. He described how Histiaeus, the tyrant of Miletus, sent a secret message by tattooing it onto the shaved head of a trusted slave. The slave's hair was then allowed to grow back, concealing the tattoo completely. The slave traveled to the message's recipient, who shaved the slave's head again to reveal the hidden text. Herodotus also described messages written on wooden tablets and then covered with wax, making them appear to be blank tablets. These methods represented steganography rather than cryptography, hiding the existence of the message itself rather than obscuring its content through transformation. The Spartans, renowned for their military discipline and innovation, invented the scytale around 400 BC. This device consisted of a tapered baton with a specific diameter. To send a message, a strip of parchment or leather was spirally wrapped around the baton, and the message was written lengthwise across the wrapped strip. When unwrapped, the letters appeared in a scrambled, meaningless order. Only someone possessing a baton of identical diameter could read the message by rewrapping the strip around their own scytale, which would align the letters back into their proper order. The scytale represents one of the first transposition ciphers, systems that rearrange the order of letters rather than replacing them with different letters. This distinction between substitution and transposition would remain fundamental to cryptography for millennia. Around the same period, Aeneas Tacticus authored the earliest known treatise specifically dedicated to cryptography. His work, titled On the Defense of Fortifications, included descriptions of various methods for secret communication during sieges and military campaigns. Aeneas described a hydraulic telegraph system using water displacement to send signals and a disc with letters around the edge that could be pierced with holes to spell out messages. These methods addressed a critical military problem: how to communicate with besieged forces or coordinate actions across distances when the enemy controlled the territory between sender and receiver. Polybius, the Greek historian who lived from around 200 to 118 BC, created an innovation that would influence cryptography and signaling for centuries. The Polybius checkerboard arranged the Greek alphabet in a 5x5 grid. Each letter was represented by two numbers corresponding to its row and column position. This encoding system served multiple purposes. It allowed letters to be transmitted using only 5 symbols, making it suitable for signaling with torches, where each number from 1 to 5 could be represented by raising a corresponding number of torches. The system also demonstrated that letters could be represented numerically, a concept that would become fundamental to later cryptographic developments. Julius Caesar, the Roman general and dictator who lived from around 100 BC to 44 BC, employed a cipher so simple and elegant that it still bears his name today. The Caesar cipher shifted each letter of the alphabet by a fixed number of positions. Caesar himself used a shift of 3 positions, so the letter A would be encrypted as D, B as E, and so on, wrapping around so that X became A, Y became B, and Z became C. Caesar used this cipher to communicate with his generals during military campaigns. While simple, the cipher provided a basic level of security against casual interception, as an enemy intercepting the message would see meaningless letter strings rather than readable Latin. The Roman historian Suetonius documented Caesar's cryptographic practices in the 12 Caesars, noting that the practice continued in the imperial family. Augustus Caesar, Julius Caesar's adopted heir and the first Roman emperor, used a shift cipher with only 1 position. Suetonius recorded that Augustus sometimes dispensed with shifting altogether and simply wrote Greek letters in place of Latin ones, relying on the assumption that his enemies might not read Greek or would not think to make the substitution. These variations on the basic Caesar cipher demonstrated an early understanding that changing the key, the specific shift value, provided additional security by forcing an attacker to try multiple possibilities. Around 100 AD, Roman military units used various cipher systems for communicating orders and intelligence. Suetonius documented that different emperors used different shift values for their Caesar ciphers, showing that Roman cryptographers understood that the specific transformation method needed to be kept secret and could be varied to increase security. The Romans also used other methods of secret communication, including various forms of steganography and codes where entire words or phrases were replaced with predetermined symbols or words. Far from the battlefields of Rome, cryptography found its place in entirely different contexts. Around 400 AD, the Kama Sutra, attributed to Vatsyayana, listed secret writing as one of the 64 arts that well-educated women should practice. The text specifically mentioned Melekita Vikalpa, the art of secret writing, and Kautuhala Yoga, the practice of using cipher and code. This reference indicates that cryptography had spread beyond military and governmental applications into broader cultural practices in ancient India, where it might be used for private correspondence, poetry, or the recording of sensitive, personal, or religious matters. As the Roman Empire declined and Europe entered the medieval period, various monasteries developed methods of concealing religious texts and preserving knowledge during periods of persecution and upheaval. Between 500 and 600 AD, monks used abbreviations, specialized notation systems, and deliberate obfuscation to protect manuscripts. These practices served multiple purposes: protecting controversial theological writings from hostile authorities, preserving pre-Christian knowledge that might otherwise be destroyed, and maintaining exclusive control over valuable texts and the knowledge they contained. The most significant cryptographic developments during the medieval period emerged not from Europe, but from the Islamic world during the golden age of Islamic science and mathematics. Around 800 AD, al-Kindi, an Arab mathematician and philosopher working in Baghdad, wrote a manuscript on deciphering cryptographic messages. This work represents the first known treatise on cryptanalysis, the science of breaking codes and ciphers. Al-Kindi described a revolutionary technique called frequency analysis. He observed that in any language, certain letters appear more frequently than others. In Arabic, for example, the letter alif appears much more commonly than the letter za. In a simple substitution cipher, where each letter is consistently replaced by the same substitute letter or symbol, these frequency patterns persist in the ciphertext. By analyzing which symbols appear most frequently in an encrypted message and comparing these frequencies to known letter frequencies in the language, a cryptanalyst could deduce which symbols represented which letters, and eventually decrypt the message without knowing the key. This breakthrough fundamentally changed the nature of cryptography. Before al-Kindi, cryptographers might have assumed that a substitution cipher was secure simply because the number of possible keys was large. A simple substitution cipher using a randomly mixed alphabet has more than 400 million possible keys, an astronomically large number. Yet al-Kindi showed that despite this vast key space, simple substitution ciphers were vulnerable to systematic cryptanalysis. His work established cryptanalysis as a science based on mathematical principles rather than just lucky guessing or trial and error. Around 855 AD, Abu Bakr Ahmad ibn Ali ibn al-Qurayshi al-Asbahani ibn Wahshiyya al-Nabati expanded on cryptographic knowledge in the Islamic world with his book of the Frenzied Devotee of Secrets. This work described alphabetic substitution ciphers and included examples of enciphered medical and alchemical texts. The title itself suggests the intensity with which scholars pursued cryptographic knowledge, viewing it as a profound and obsessive study. The work demonstrated that cryptography was being used to protect valuable scientific and technical knowledge. Much as the Mesopotamian craftsmen had protected their glaze recipes thousands of years earlier. Around 1000 AD, Ibn al-Durayhim, another Arabic scholar, wrote an encyclopedia that included a substantial section on cryptography. This section discussed both substitution ciphers, which replace letters with other letters or symbols, and transposition ciphers, which rearrange the order of letters. Ibn al-Durayhim's work built upon the foundations laid by al-Kindi and showed the continued development and systematization of cryptographic knowledge in the Islamic world. While Europe struggled through political fragmentation and limited literacy during the medieval period, Islamic scholars were developing sophisticated theoretical frameworks for understanding secret communication. The transfer of cryptographic knowledge from the Islamic world to medieval Europe occurred gradually through several channels, including the translation movement in Spain, contact through the Crusades, and the preservation of classical texts in monasteries. Around 1226, Roger Bacon, an English Franciscan friar and philosopher, discussed various methods of secret writing in his works, demonstrating that European scholars had begun to develop their own cryptographic traditions. Bacon categorized 7 methods of concealing messages: shorthand, use of foreign languages, cipher alphabets, geometric figures, alchemical symbols, charms with hidden meanings, and devices like the astrolabe that could hide information. His systematic approach to classifying secret communication methods showed an analytical mindset that would characterize later European developments in cryptography. Bacon understood that concealment could take many forms beyond simple letter substitution, and his writings influenced later scholars who sought to protect sensitive knowledge from unauthorized access. In the 1250s, Ramon Lull, a Catalan philosopher and theologian, developed complex logical systems using rotating circles marked with letters and symbols. While Lull did not explicitly design these systems for cryptography, his combinatorial approach to manipulating letters and concepts influenced later cipher wheel designs. The mechanical aspect of Lull's systems, with their rotating components and systematic transformations, anticipated the cipher disks and wheels that would emerge in later centuries. His work demonstrated that physical devices could be used to perform systematic transformations of information, a concept that would become central to cryptographic technology. The year 1379 marked a significant milestone in European cryptography when Gabriel de Lavinde compiled the first European cryptography manual for Pope Clement VII. This manual, held in the Vatican secret archives, contained keys for 24 correspondence, representing the systematization of cryptographic practices in European diplomacy. The work included nomenclators, which combined code words for common terms with cipher alphabets for other text. A nomenclator was a hybrid system that provided both encryption and encoding. Common words, names, and phrases were replaced with code groups, while less common words were spelled out using a cipher alphabet. This dual approach provided reasonable security while maintaining efficiency, as frequently used terms could be represented by single code groups rather than requiring multiple cipher letters. The creation of this manual for the Pope reflected the reality that the Catholic Church, with its far-flung network of dioceses and its complex political relationships with various European powers, needed secure communications for sensitive diplomatic and administrative matters. In 1392, the Equatory of the Planetis, a manuscript possibly written by Geoffrey Chaucer, contained encrypted astronomical data. This use of cryptography showed that scholars were using encryption to protect scientific knowledge or claim priority for discoveries. In an era before modern patent systems and academic publication norms, scholars faced genuine risks that others might steal their ideas or claim credit for their work. Encryption provided a way to record discoveries while maintaining control over when and how that knowledge would be revealed. The association of this encrypted work with Chaucer, best known as a poet, also demonstrated that cryptography was not confined to diplomats and spies, but had spread to the broader intellectual community. During the early 1500s, Italian city-states developed increasingly sophisticated diplomatic ciphers as competition and intrigue among Venice, Florence, Milan, and other powers intensified. Each state maintained cipher secretaries who managed keys and enciphered diplomatic correspondence. These cipher secretaries held positions of enormous trust and responsibility, as the security of their state's communications depended on their skill and discretion. The cipher office became a recognized institution in European government, staffed by specialists who devoted their careers to the creation and management of secret communications. In 1412, the oldest surviving European cipher manuscript was produced for the Duchy of Mantua in Italy. This cipher used a combination of nomenclators and null symbols designed to confuse cryptanalysts, representing an advancement in cryptographic sophistication. Null symbols were meaningless characters inserted into ciphertext to mislead anyone attempting to break the cipher. By making the ciphertext longer and creating false patterns, nulls made frequency analysis more difficult and time-consuming. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 revolutionized information dissemination, which eventually increased interest in cryptography, as sensitive information could now spread more easily, if not protected. The printing press created a paradox for cryptography. While it made books on cryptographic techniques more widely available, thereby educating more people in the art, it also made the unauthorized spread of sensitive information a more serious threat. A handwritten document could be controlled relatively easily, but a printed book could be reproduced in hundreds or thousands of copies. This technological shift gradually increased demand for better cryptographic methods to protect information in an age of mass communication. Between 1450 and 1470, various Italian city-states continued to refine their cipher systems. Venice, in particular, became known for having some of the most sophisticated cryptographic practices in Europe. In 1474, the Republic of Venice established a formal Council of 10 with dedicated cipher secretaries, institutionalizing cryptographic practices in government. The Venetian cipher secretaries developed elaborate nomenclators with large code lists and complex cipher alphabets. They also pioneered techniques such as using multiple cipher alphabets in a single message and employing sophisticated codebook management practices to maintain security over long periods. In 1466, Leone Battista Alberti, working in Rome, began developing cryptographic systems that would revolutionize the field. Alberti was a true Renaissance polymath, accomplished in architecture, literature, philosophy, and mathematics. His interest in cryptography stemmed partly from his work for the papal court, which required secure diplomatic communications. In 1470, Alberti published Trattati in Cipher, introducing the cipher disk and the concept of changing cipher settings periodically. This work earned him the title Father of Western Cryptography. His cipher disk consisted of two concentric circles, each inscribed with alphabets. The outer circle typically contained a standard alphabet, while the inner circle contained a scrambled alphabet. By rotating the inner disk to different positions at intervals during encryption, Alberti created what was effectively the first polyalphabetic cipher. In a polyalphabetic cipher, the same plaintext letter could be encrypted as different ciphertext letters depending on its position in the message. For example, the first occurrence of the letter E might become J, the second occurrence might become W, and the third might become B. This fundamental change defeated frequency analysis because the characteristic frequency distribution of letters in the plaintext language was obscured in the ciphertext. No longer could a cryptanalyst simply count letter frequencies and make substitutions. Alberti's system represented a quantum leap in cryptographic security that would not be fully exploited for several more generations. The same year that Alberti published his groundbreaking work, 1470, Cicco Simonetta, secretary to the Duke of Milan, wrote Liber Ziffrorum, a manual on deciphering encrypted messages. The work described systematic approaches to breaking substitution ciphers and represented one of the first European treatises on cryptanalysis. Simonetta explained how to use frequency analysis, look for common letter patterns, exploit known plaintext when available, and make educated guesses based on context. His work showed that Europeans had now absorbed and begun to build upon the cryptanalytic knowledge that al-Kindi had pioneered in the Islamic world centuries earlier. The simultaneous development of Alberti's advanced cipher and Simonetta's cryptanalysis manual illustrated the perpetual arms race between cryptographers and cryptanalysts. In 1485, Johannes Trithemius, a German abbot and polymath, began his cryptographic research that would culminate in the first printed book on the subject. Trithemius was a controversial figure, interested in theology, history, magic, and the occult, as well as cryptography. His works blurred the lines between these subjects in ways that both advanced and confused understanding of secret communication. In 1508, Trithemius published Polygraphiae, the first printed book on cryptography. The work described a progressive key system in which the cipher alphabet changed with each letter encrypted, and a tableau that could be used for polyalphabetic substitution. The tableau, known as the Trithemius tableau or tabula recta, consisted of 26 rows, each containing the alphabet, shifted one position from the row above it. The first row contained the normal alphabet, the second row started with B and ended with A, the third row started with C and ended with B, and so on. To encrypt a message, the sender would use the first row for the first letter, the second row for the second letter, and so forth, cycling back to the first row after 26 letters. This system was highly regular, and therefore not as secure as Alberti's cipher disk, with its scrambled alphabet, but it was easier to use and required no special tools beyond the printed tableau. Despite the printing press making the book widely available, many European governments still treated cryptographic knowledge as state secrets and sometimes attempted to restrict access to such works. In 1518, Trithemius published Steganographia, ostensibly a book about magic and the occult, but actually containing hidden cryptographic and steganographic systems. Steganography differs from cryptography in that it seeks to hide the existence of a message rather than merely concealing its meaning. The book was so cleverly disguised that its true nature was not fully understood until the late 20th century, when scholars decoded its hidden layers. The book appeared to describe methods for summoning angels to carry messages over long distances, but these magical procedures actually encoded instructions for cipher systems and methods of concealment. This work demonstrated the lengths to which practitioners sometimes went to protect cryptographic knowledge, wrapping it in multiple layers of misdirection and obscurity. In 1528, the Vatican established a permanent cipher office under the direction of a cipher secretary to handle encrypted diplomatic correspondence. This formalization reflected the growing importance of cryptography in international relations. The Catholic Church maintained diplomatic relationships with every Catholic nation and many non-Catholic ones. Its communications network, linking Rome with dioceses and nuncios across Europe and beyond, required sophisticated cryptographic protection. The Vatican Cipher Office developed and distributed codebooks and cipher keys, managed the security of these materials, and encrypted or decrypted correspondence as needed. In 1553, Giovan Battista Bellaso published La Cifra del Sig, Giovan Battista Bellaso, describing the cipher later misattributed to Blaise de Vigenere and known as the Vigenere cipher. Bellasso's system used a keyword repeated over the plaintext to determine which of multiple cipher alphabets to use for each letter. For example, if the keyword was lion and the plaintext began with attack at dawn, the keyword would be repeated as lion lie on lion to match the length of the plaintext. The first letter A would be encrypted using the row beginning with L in the tabula recta. The second T would be encrypted using the row beginning with I, and so on. This polyalphabetic approach created an encryption significantly stronger than simple substitution. Unlike Trithemius's progressive key system, which followed a predictable pattern, Bellasso's keyword system created a less regular pattern that was harder to detect and exploit. The choice of keyword also meant that different users could employ the same basic system with different levels of security depending on the length and randomness of their chosen keyword. In 1558, Giambattista della Porta published the first edition of De Furtivis Literarum Notis, which he expanded in 1563. The work described digraphic ciphers that encrypted pairs of letters together rather than individual letters. In a digraphic cipher, the plaintext is divided into pairs of letters, and each pair is replaced according to a predetermined rule or table. This innovation made frequency analysis more difficult since it obscured the frequencies of individual letters. Instead of tracking the frequencies of 26 single letters, a cryptanalyst would need to track the frequencies of over 600 possible letter pairs, a much more complex task. The expanded 1563 edition also discussed various forms of steganography, including invisible inks made from natural substances like lemon juice and methods for concealing messages within innocent-looking texts. Della Porta described techniques such as writing a cover letter that made sense on its own, with the secret message spelled out by every third word or by the first letters of each line. In 1564, Giovanni Battista Porta described a method of encipherment using a table with mixed alphabets, representing another step toward more complex polyalphabetic systems. In 1573, Giacomo de Argentis designed cylindrical cipher devices with multiple rotating rings, anticipating later mechanical encryption devices by several centuries. These physical innovations demonstrated a trend toward mechanization of the encryption process. Rather than relying entirely on mental calculation or manual reference to written tables, cryptographers began to create tools that could speed up encryption and reduce errors. In 1585, Blaise de Vigenere began developing his comprehensive work on cryptography that would synthesize and expand upon the ideas of his predecessors, creating what would become one of the most influential texts in the field. In 1586, Blaise de Vigenere published Traité des chiffres, expanding on polyalphabetic ciphers and auto-key systems. His auto-key system used the plain text itself as part of the key after an initial priming key, creating a cipher that did not rely on a repeated keyword. The Vigenere cipher, despite being Belasso's invention, was considered unbreakable for nearly 300 years and was called le chiffre indéchiffrable in France. The misattribution occurred because Vigenere's comprehensive treatment and promotion of polyalphabetic systems made his name synonymous with these methods in the minds of later cryptographers. His work also discussed the theoretical principles underlying cryptographic security, representing an early attempt to understand why certain methods worked better than others. In the 1580s, Mary, Queen of Scots, used a cipher to communicate with conspirators planning to assassinate Queen Elizabeth I. Her messages were intercepted and decrypted by Thomas Phelps, a cryptanalyst working for Sir Francis Walsingham, Elizabeth's spymaster. Phelps broke the nomenclator cipher Mary used, which combined a cipher alphabet with code words for common names and terms. The cipher used 35 symbols and included nulls intended to confuse cryptanalysts. But Phelps methodically identified patterns and frequencies until he could read the messages. The decrypted messages provided evidence of Mary's involvement in the Babington plot, leading to her trial and execution in 1587. This case demonstrated that cryptography had become central to political intrigue and that cryptanalysis could have life or death consequences. The episode also revealed that even relatively sophisticated nomenclator systems could be broken by skilled analysts with patience and mathematical insight. In the 1590s, Queen Elizabeth I's government maintained a sophisticated intelligence network under Walsingham, employing multiple cryptanalysts and cipher secretaries. The English court used various cipher systems, frequently changing keys and methods to maintain security. The practice of regular key changes reflected a growing understanding that even good ciphers could become vulnerable over time, as cryptanalysts accumulated more enciphered material to work with. After Walsingham's death in 1590, his intelligence apparatus was partially dismantled, but the lessons learned about the importance of cryptanalysis in statecraft persisted. In 1605, Francis Bacon published The Advancement of Learning, which included descriptions of cryptographic methods and promoted the study of ciphers as a legitimate intellectual pursuit. Bacon developed a bilateral cipher using two different fonts or letter forms to conceal messages in apparently innocent texts. His system represented each letter of the alphabet with a 5-bit binary encoding using two different typefaces or letter styles designated as A and B. The 5-bit combinations could be distributed throughout an innocuous-looking text, with readers unaware of the cipher seeing only normal writing, while those who knew the system could extract the hidden message by noting which typeface appeared in each position. This early exploration of binary encoding anticipated concepts that would become fundamental to digital cryptography centuries later. In 1621, the publication of the King James Bible included several passages that cryptographers later claimed contained hidden messages using various cipher systems, though most such claims remain disputed or debunked. The belief that sacred or important texts contained hidden layers of meaning encouraged some scholars to study cryptographic methods, though it also led to numerous unfounded theories about secret messages. In 1623, the Papal Cipher Office successfully decrypted, intercepted Spanish diplomatic correspondence, giving the Vatican valuable intelligence about Spanish intentions during the 30 Years' War. This demonstrated that cryptanalysis had become a key tool of statecraft. The Vatican Cipher Office employed multiple expert cryptanalysts and maintained an extensive library of cipher keys and diplomatic codes from various European powers. The office's success in reading Spanish communications helped inform papal diplomacy during one of Europe's most destructive conflicts. In 1626, England established a formal secret office within the post office, specifically to intercept and decrypt diplomatic correspondence. Similar secret offices existed in France, Spain, and other European powers. These governmental cryptanalysis bureaus operated in secrecy, opening diplomatic mail, copying or decrypting its contents, then resealing and forwarding it so the intended recipients remained unaware of the interception. The existence of these secret offices created a perpetual arms race between cipher makers trying to protect diplomatic communications and cipher breakers working to read them. In 1641, Bishop John Wilkins published Mercury, or The Secret and Swift Messenger, a book discussing various methods of secret communication, including cryptography and steganography. Wilkins described several cipher systems and discussed the theoretical principles underlying secure communication. He organized cryptographic methods into categories and attempted to explain which types of systems offered the greatest security. His work made cryptographic knowledge more accessible to educated readers while still maintaining enough complexity to be useful for serious applications. From 1649 to 1660, during the English Civil War and interregnum, both royalist and parliamentary forces used ciphers extensively for military and political communication. Charles I used various cipher systems to communicate with his supporters, and Oliver Cromwell's government maintained a secret office to decrypt royalist messages. The intercepted and decrypted correspondence often provided intelligence about planned uprisings or foreign support for the exiled royal court. John Wallis, an English mathematician, served as chief cryptanalyst for Parliament and later for Charles II after the Restoration. Wallis broke numerous royalist ciphers and established methods of cryptanalysis that influenced British code-breaking for generations. In 1663, Samuel Pepys, the English naval administrator and diarist, used a shorthand system developed by Thomas Shelton to write his famous diary. While not technically a cipher, Pepys clearly intended the shorthand to provide some degree of privacy, as the diary contained frank discussions of politics, scandals, and his personal life. The diary was not deciphered and published until 1825, when John Smith spent 3 years transcribing the shorthand. The difficulty of reading the shorthand demonstrated that even systems not designed as ciphers could provide substantial protection for sensitive information. In the 1680s, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, the German philosopher and mathematician, wrote about cryptography and proposed various mechanical devices for encryption. His work on binary numbers and mechanical calculation would eventually influence 20th century computing and digital cryptography. Leibniz recognized that encryption and decryption were essentially mathematical operations that could theoretically be performed by machines, an insight far ahead of its time. In 1709, the War of Spanish Succession saw extensive use of ciphers by all major European powers. The French under Louis XIV maintained the most sophisticated cipher bureau in Europe, headed by members of the Rossignol family. Antoine Rossignol had established his reputation in the previous century, and his son and grandson continued his work. The Rossignols developed the Great Cipher, an extremely sophisticated nomenclator system used for the most sensitive French diplomatic and military communications. The Great Cipher used numbers to represent syllables, letters, and whole words, with additional features to confuse cryptanalysts, such as codes that instructed the decryptor to ignore the previous code number. This cipher was so secure that when documents enciphered with it were discovered in French archives 2 centuries later, it took cryptanalysts years to break it. In 1727, Ephraim Chambers' Cyclopedia included detailed entries on cryptography, reflecting the subject's growing recognition as a field of study. However, the most advanced techniques remained closely guarded state secrets. The published material focused on historical methods and general principles, while contemporary governmental cipher systems were carefully protected. In 1757, during the 7 Years' War, Frederick the Great of Prussia employed skilled cryptanalysts who successfully broke French and Austrian ciphers, providing Prussia with valuable intelligence despite being outnumbered by its enemies. The ability to read enemy communications allowed Prussian commanders to anticipate troop movements and diplomatic maneuvers. This intelligence advantage contributed significantly to Prussia's survival during a war in which it faced a coalition of much larger powers. From 1775 to 1783, during the American Revolutionary War, both the Continental Army and British forces used ciphers for military and diplomatic communications. Benjamin Franklin, while serving as a diplomat in France, used various cipher systems to communicate with Congress. James Lovell served as the primary cryptographer for the Continental Congress, managing cipher keys for diplomatic and military correspondence. The Continental Congress used several cipher systems, including simple substitution ciphers and nomenclators. The need to distribute cipher keys securely across the Atlantic Ocean posed significant challenges, and several American cipher systems were compromised when British forces captured couriers or intercepted correspondence. The British maintained their own secret office for decrypting American and French communications, though with mixed success against the more sophisticated French systems. In the 1790s, Thomas Jefferson invented the Jefferson disk, a polyalphabetic cipher device with 36 rotating disks. Each disk contained the alphabet, arranged in a different random order around its edge. The sender and receiver each had an identical set of disks mounted on an axle. To encrypt a message, the sender rotated the disks to spell out the plain text in one row, then copied any other row as ciphertext. The receiver rotated the disks to spell the ciphertext, then looked around the cylinder for a row that made sense in plain text. The device was remarkably secure for its time, but was never adopted by the US government. It was independently reinvented by the US military in the 20th century as the M94. Jefferson's invention demonstrated an understanding that mechanical devices could create secure polyalphabetic ciphers without requiring the operator to perform complex mental calculations or constantly refer to written tables. In 1795, the French revolutionary government established the Cabinet Noir, a secret office dedicated to intercepting and decrypting correspondence. The Cabinet Noir continued under Napoleon and subsequent French governments. The office employed expert cryptanalysts and maintained a vast collection of diplomatic cipher keys obtained through espionage, bribery, and cryptanalysis. The intelligence gathered by the Cabinet Noir informed French foreign policy for decades. From 1801 to 1815, during the Napoleonic Wars, all major European powers relied heavily on cryptography for military and diplomatic communications. Napoleon himself used relatively simple ciphers, including a small code combined with a substitution cipher. British cryptanalysts in the Admiralty frequently broke French naval ciphers, providing the Royal Navy with intelligence advantages. The Admiralty's decryption office, working in secrecy, provided information about French naval movements and strategic intentions that contributed to British naval victories. Conversely, French cryptanalysts had some success against British diplomatic ciphers, though the British Army and Royal Navy generally used more secure systems than the diplomatic service. In 1809, Edgar Allan Poe, though best known as a writer, became fascinated with cryptography during his lifetime. In 1841, his short story, The Gold Bug, featured a detailed description of frequency analysis used to break a substitution cipher. The story popularized cryptography among the general public and inspired many readers to experiment with ciphers. Poe also published articles in Alexander's Weekly Messenger, challenging readers to submit ciphers for him to solve, successfully breaking most of the substitution ciphers sent to him. His writings helped establish cryptography as a respectable intellectual hobby and demonstrated the mathematical principles underlying cryptanalysis to a broad audience. In 1817, David Brewster published an article in the Quarterly Journal describing methods for breaking various substitution ciphers using frequency analysis and other statistical techniques. His article provided a clear explanation of how cryptanalysts could systematically attack even complex monoalphabetic substitution systems by analyzing letter frequencies, common letter combinations, and word patterns. In 1822, Thomas Young and Jean-François Champollion deciphered Egyptian hieroglyphics using the Rosetta Stone, demonstrating that ancient writing systems could be decoded through systematic analysis. This achievement inspired cryptographers and cryptanalysts alike, showing that even systems designed to record a lost language could be recovered through patient analytical work. The methods used to decode hieroglyphics shared similarities with cryptanalytic techniques, including frequency analysis, identification of proper names, and comparison of parallel texts. In 1844, Samuel Morse's telegraph system became operational, revolutionizing long-distance communication. The ability to send messages quickly over great distances increased the importance of cryptography, as telegraph operators and anyone with access to telegraph lines could intercept messages. This led to growing use of commercial codes and ciphers for business communications, with companies publishing code books that assigned short code words to common business phrases to save on telegraph costs, while also providing some security. In 1854, Charles Babbage broke the Vigenere cipher but never published his findings. Babbage, better known for his pioneering work on mechanical computers, developed a method for determining the keyword length of a Vigenere cipher by looking for repeated sequences in the ciphertext. Once the keyword length was known, the cipher could be attacked as multiple Caesar ciphers running in parallel. Babbage's method relied on the observation that when the same word or phrase appeared multiple times in the plaintext and happened to be encrypted with the same portion of the repeating keyword, the resulting ciphertext sequences would be identical. The distance between these repetitions would be a multiple of the keyword length. Despite developing this breakthrough technique, Babbage never formally published his work, and his achievement remained largely unknown. In 1863, Friedrich Wilhelm Kasiski independently discovered and published the same method for breaking the Vigenere cipher, and the technique became known as the Kasiski examination. Kasiski, a Prussian infantry officer, published his findings in Die Geheimschriften und die Dechiffrierkunst, providing the first public demonstration that the supposedly unbreakable Vigenere cipher was vulnerable to systematic cryptanalysis. The Kasiski examination worked by searching the ciphertext for repeated sequences of 3 or more letters, calculating the distances between repetitions, and finding the factors of those distances. The greatest common factor of multiple such distances usually revealed the keyword length. Once the keyword length was determined, frequency analysis could be applied to each position separately. This discovery meant that polyalphabetic ciphers based on repeating keywords offered far less security than previously believed. During the American Civil War from 1861 to 1865, both Union and Confederate forces used various cipher systems for military communications. The Union Army employed several cipher systems, including route transposition ciphers and word substitution codes. The Union cipher operators worked in the War Department Telegraph Office, and President Abraham Lincoln frequently visited to read decrypted Confederate messages and send encrypted orders to his generals. The Union's most sophisticated system used a combination of code words and transposition, with the key changed regularly. 3 young cryptographers, David Homer Bates, Charles Tinker, and Albert Chandler, managed most Union cipher operations. The Confederate states used relatively simple substitution and transposition ciphers, and Union cryptanalysts broke most Confederate systems. The Confederacy's most famous cipher was the Vigenere cipher, used by some commanders, but inadequate key management and poor cipher discipline made these messages vulnerable to cryptanalysis. The Union's superior cipher security and successful cryptanalysis of Confederate messages provided a significant intelligence advantage. In 1868, the Wheatstone cryptograph, invented by Charles Wheatstone, provided a mechanical method for implementing polyalphabetic substitution. The device used 2 clock hands pointing to letters arranged in concentric circles. The sender moved the hands according to a pre-arranged system, and the device automatically generated ciphertext letters. While more sophisticated than earlier manual methods, the cryptograph still relied on relatively simple substitution principles. In 1870, The Franco-Prussian War saw extensive use of military cryptography by both sides. The Prussian military employed field ciphers for tactical communications and more complex systems for strategic messages. The French continued to use their traditional nomenclators and codes, but poor key management and the chaos of military defeats compromised many French cipher systems. In 1876, the Polybius square was adapted for use with telegraph communications, allowing messages to be encoded into numeric form before transmission. This system, based on the ancient Polybius checkerboard, assigned each letter a 2-digit coordinate. Commercial firms published various adaptations of this system in codebooks designed to reduce telegraph costs while providing some confidentiality. In 1878, the first commercial telegraph codebooks became widely available for business use. These codebooks assigned short code words, typically 5 letters, to common business phrases and terms. For example, a codebook might assign the code word CQZYX to mean accept your offer, or BHTNF to mean market prices falling. These codes serve the dual purpose of reducing telegraph costs, since a 5-letter code word could replace a much longer phrase, and providing some security against casual interception. Major codebook publishers included ABC, Bentley's, and Lieber's, each offering different systems with tens of thousands of code word assignments. Banks, trading companies, shipping firms, and other businesses quickly adopted these codebooks. Some organizations developed private codebooks for internal use, adding an additional layer of security since the codebook itself had to be kept secret. In 1883, Auguste Kirchhoffs published La Cryptographie militaire, establishing fundamental principles of cryptographic system design. Kirchhoffs' work contained 6 design principles for military ciphers, the most famous being Kirchhoffs' principle, which states that a cryptographic system should be secure even if everything about the system, except the key, is public knowledge. This principle ran counter to the prevailing practice of keeping cipher systems themselves secret and represented a fundamental shift in cryptographic thinking. Kirchhoffs argued that cipher systems would inevitably be compromised through capture, betrayal, or espionage, so security should depend solely on the secrecy of easily changeable keys rather than on the secrecy of the system itself. His other principles specified that the system should be practically, if not mathematically, unbreakable. Compromise of the system should not inconvenience correspondence. The key should be easily memorizable without notes. The system should be applicable to telegraph communications. The apparatus or documents required should be portable and operable by a single person, and the system should be easy to use without requiring knowledge of complicated rules or mental strain. These principles, particularly the first, continue to guide cryptographic design to the present day. In 1885, the development of international telegraph networks connecting Europe, Asia, and the Americas increased the volume of encrypted business and diplomatic communications. Governments established dedicated cipher bureaus to manage their cryptographic needs and to attempt decryption of intercepted foreign communications. The British Government Code and Cipher School traces its origins to cryptanalytic efforts during this period, though it would not be formally established until after World War I. In 1891, Étienne Bazeries, a French military cryptanalyst, solved the Great Cipher of Louis XIV, a nomenclator system that had baffled cryptanalysts for nearly 200 years. The Great Cipher was used by Louis XIV and his ministers from 1676 to 1711 for highly sensitive correspondence. The system used numbers ranging from 1 to 600 to represent syllables, words, and some individual letters, and included traps such as numbers that deleted or modified previous characters. After the death of its creators, Antoine and Bonaventure Rossignol, the Great Cipher fell out of use and the key was lost. Historians found many enciphered documents in French archives, but could not read them. Bazeries spent several years working on the cipher, eventually deducing that numbers represented syllables rather than letters or whole words, and systematically reconstructing the system through frequency analysis and educated guessing based on historical context. The decrypted documents revealed secret diplomatic negotiations and military planning from the reign of Louis XIV, providing historians with valuable primary sources that had been locked away for centuries. Bazary's success demonstrated that even very complex historical ciphers could be broken through persistent and systematic analysis. In 1894, the Dreyfus affair in France highlighted the role of cryptography and document analysis in espionage cases. Captain Alfred Dreyfus, a French artillery officer, was accused of passing military secrets to Germany based on a bordereau or memorandum found in the German embassy. Document examiners disagreed about whether Dreyfus had written the document, and the affair became a major political scandal involving forgeries, cover-ups, and anti-Semitic prejudice. While not primarily a cryptographic case, the Dreyfus affair demonstrated the growing importance of document security and the vulnerability of secret information to betrayal. The affair also showed how intelligence services used a combination of cryptography, cryptanalysis, and human intelligence gathering. In 1895, the invention of wireless telegraphy by Guglielmo Marconi created a new vulnerability for secret communications. Unlike wire telegraph, which required physical access to the wire to intercept messages, wireless transmissions could be intercepted by anyone with a radio receiver within range. This fundamental characteristic of radio communications would drive cryptographic development throughout the 20th century. Military and naval forces quickly recognized that wireless communications, while offering unprecedented mobility and flexibility, required strong encryption to maintain security. In 1896, the Italian Navy began experimenting with wireless communications for ship-to-ship and ship-to-shore communications. The vulnerability of wireless messages to interception was immediately obvious, spurring interest in more sophisticated encryption systems. In 1898, during the Spanish-American War, the United States military used cipher systems for strategic communications, though tactical communications often went unencrypted due to the limited number of trained cipher clerks and the time required for encryption and decryption. The U.S. Army Signal Corps managed military cryptography, but the systems employed were relatively simple substitution and transposition ciphers. The brevity of the war and the generally poor Spanish cryptographic security limited the role of cryptanalysis. In 1900, widespread adoption of wireless telegraphy for commercial shipping increased demand for practical encryption systems. Shipping companies wanted to protect commercially sensitive information about cargo, destinations, and prices from competitors who could intercept wireless messages. The existing commercial code books, designed for wire telegraph, were adapted for wireless use. In 1901, Guglielmo Marconi achieved the first transatlantic wireless transmission, sending the letter S in Morse code from Cornwall, England to Newfoundland, Canada. This demonstration proved that wireless communications could span vast distances, revolutionizing long-distance communications, but also making interception easier since signals could be received far from their intended destination. In 1903, the Marconi Company established commercial wireless telegraph service between Britain and the United States. Diplomatic and commercial users increasingly relied on wireless for speed and convenience, but concerns about interception grew. In 1904 and 1905, during the Russo-Japanese War, both sides used cryptography for military communications. The Japanese military employed relatively sophisticated code systems and maintained strict cipher discipline. Russian cryptographic security was generally poor, with weak codes, inadequate key management, and cipher clerks who made mistakes. Japanese cryptanalysts successfully decrypted many Russian messages, providing intelligence about Russian fleet movements and military plans. The Battle of Tsushima, in which the Japanese fleet decisively defeated the Russian Baltic Fleet, was influenced by intelligence derived from decrypted Russian wireless messages that revealed the Russian fleet's route and speed. This battle demonstrated for the first time the decisive military advantage that could come from breaking enemy wireless communications. In 1906, the publication of specialized cipher device patents began to increase, as inventors sought to develop mechanical and electromechanical solutions to the encryption problem. These devices aimed to make encryption faster, more secure, and less prone to human error than manual systems. In 1907, the United States Army Signal Corps adopted new cipher systems designed specifically for wireless communications. These systems used codebooks combined with additive keys to increase security. The sender would encode the message using the codebook, then add a sequence of numbers from the additive key to each code group before transmission. The receiver would subtract the additive key and then decode the message. This system provided significantly better security than simple codebooks alone, though it required careful key management. In 1908, Major Joseph Morborn of the U.S. Army Signal Corps proposed using a random key as long as the message itself for additive encryption, anticipating the one-time pad by several years. However, his proposal was not immediately adopted because of the practical difficulties of generating, distributing, and managing large quantities of random key material. In 1909, the U.S. Army tested various cipher devices and systems for field use, seeking methods that could be operated quickly and reliably under combat conditions. The tests revealed that complex systems, while more secure, were often impractical for tactical military use, where speed and reliability under stress were paramount. In 1910, commercial firms began offering encryption services for business clients who needed to send confidential information by wireless or wire telegraph, but lacked cryptographic expertise. These firms maintained codebooks and cipher systems and handled encryption and decryption for their clients. In 1911, the Agadir crisis between France and Germany over Morocco demonstrated the importance of secure diplomatic communications. Both nations intercepted each other's diplomatic wireless traffic and attempted decryption. The major European powers all expanded their cryptanalysis bureaus in preparation for a potential major war. In 1912, Arthur Scherbius, a German electrical engineer, began developing an electromechanical cipher machine that would eventually become the Enigma machine. Scherbius recognized that the growing volume of military and commercial communications required encryption systems that were both highly secure and practical for rapid encryption and decryption of large amounts of text. His initial concepts used rotating electrical contacts to create complex polyalphabetic substitutions. In 1913, all major European powers maintained cipher bureaus for both creating secure national codes and attacking foreign codes. The British Admiralty operated Room 40 under Sir Alfred Ewing, though it would not be formally designated as such until World War I began. The French maintained the Cabinet Noir and military cipher services. Germany, Austria, Hungary, Russia, and Italy all had military and diplomatic cipher organizations. Tensions in Europe and the complex system of alliances meant that each power sought intelligence about the military and diplomatic plans of potential adversaries. In 1914, the outbreak of World War I transformed cryptography from a specialized diplomatic and military tool into a critical element of modern warfare. The scale of the conflict, the involvement of millions of troops across multiple theaters, and the reliance on telegraph and wireless communications made signals intelligence a new and vital domain. Within weeks of the war's start, all major combatants were intercepting enemy wireless transmissions and attempting to decrypt them. The British moved quickly to establish dominance in signals intelligence. On August 5, 1914, the British cable ship Telconia cut Germany's transatlantic cables, forcing German military and diplomatic communications to rely on wireless transmissions that could be intercepted or on cables controlled by neutral countries. This single action gave Britain an enormous intelligence advantage that would persist throughout the war. The Russian army achieved an early intelligence coup through captured German codebooks. In late August 1914, during the Battle of Tannenberg in East Prussia, Russian forces overran German positions and recovered codebooks and cipher materials from the bodies of German officers. The Russians shared some of this material with their British and French allies. providing the foundation for successful cryptanalysis of German military codes. However, the Russian army itself often transmitted messages in clear text or used weak ciphers, allowing German cryptanalysts to read Russian communications with relative ease. This intelligence advantage contributed to German victories on the Eastern Front. The British Royal Navy scored a significant intelligence breakthrough when the light cruiser Magdeburg ran aground off the coast of Estonia in August 1914. Russian naval vessels arrived before the Germans could destroy sensitive materials, and the Russians recovered the main German naval codebook, the Signalbuch der Kaiserlichen Marine, from the wreck. The Russians provided a copy to the British, who delivered it to Room 40, the Admiralty's cryptanalysis unit, formerly established at the old Admiralty building in London. Room 40, named for its location in the building, was headed by Sir Alfred Ewing and staffed initially by linguists and academics recruited from British universities. The captured German naval codebook allowed Room 40 to read a significant portion of German naval traffic throughout the war, giving the Royal Navy crucial intelligence about German fleet movements and strategic intentions. The unit expanded rapidly, eventually employing over 50 cryptanalysts and support staff. Among the notable figures who worked in Room 40 were Dilwyn Knox, a classicist from Cambridge, and Alistair Denniston, who would later play a key role in British code-breaking efforts in World War II. In October 1914, British customs officials removed a trunk containing diplomatic correspondence from the luggage of German diplomat Wilhelm Wasmus in Persia. The trunk contained German diplomatic codebooks which made their way to British intelligence in London. This material proved invaluable for decrypting German diplomatic messages sent through neutral countries' cables. The French military also invested heavily in cryptanalysis. The Bureau du Chiffre, located in a former girls' school on the Rue de Grenelle in Paris, employed mathematicians, linguists and military officers to attack German, Austrian and Turkish codes and ciphers. Captain Georges Painvin emerged as one of France's most talented cryptanalysts. The French achieved notable successes against German military codes, particularly the ADF-GX cipher, later in the war. French and British intelligence services shared some information, though inter-allied cooperation remained imperfect throughout the conflict. Germany established its own signals intelligence capabilities, creating decryption units within both military intelligence and the Foreign Office. German cryptanalysts achieved significant successes against Russian codes and ciphers and had some success against French systems. The Germans were generally less successful against British codes, which tended to be more secure. Austria-Hungary maintained cipher bureaus that focused primarily on Italian and Russian communications. After Italy entered the war in 1915, on the battlefield, tactical military communications relied on telephone lines, runners, and wireless telegraphy. As the war stalemated into trench warfare on the Western Front, both sides strung thousands of miles of telephone wire, connecting frontline positions to headquarters. Both sides also tapped enemy telephone lines and eavesdropped on wireless communications. This led to the development of trench codes, simple cipher systems designed for tactical communications that could be changed frequently and used by officers without extensive cryptographic training. These codes needed to balance security with simplicity, as complex systems were impractical in combat conditions. In 1915, the British intensified their wireless interception capabilities by establishing a network of listening stations around the British Isles and in Allied territories. These stations intercepted German wireless traffic, which was then forwarded to Room 40 in London for decryption. The growing volume of intercepted traffic required expanded cryptanalytic capabilities and more sophisticated filing and cross-referencing systems to track codebook changes and identify patterns in German communications. The German military introduced the UBCHI codebook in 1915 for tactical communications on the Western Front. This code combined letter groups with cipher tables, creating a two-stage encryption process. British and French cryptanalysts eventually broke UBCHI through the analysis of thousands of intercepted messages, pattern recognition, and exploitation of predictable message formats such as weather reports and routine situation updates. The ability to read German tactical communications provided Allied commanders with intelligence about planned attacks, troop movements, and supply situations. In 1916, Arthur Scherbius received a patent for his Enigma cipher machine, initially intended for commercial use to protect business communications. The Enigma used rotating electrical cipher wheels called rotors to create complex polyalphabetic substitutions. Each rotor contained wiring that connected contacts on one side to different contacts on the other side, scrambling the alphabet. As each letter was encrypted, the first rotor advanced one position, changing the substitution alphabet for the next letter. After a complete revolution of the first rotor, the second rotor advanced one position, and similarly for subsequent rotors. This created an encryption system with an enormous number of possible key settings. The machine also included a plug board that swapped pairs of letters before and after the rotor encryption, further increasing complexity. Scherbius founded Cipher Maschinen Aktiengesellschaft in Berlin to manufacture and market Enigma machines. The device was exhibited at trade shows in 1918 and 1919, but initially attracted little commercial interest. The year 1916 also saw the Battle of Jutland, the largest naval engagement of the war. Room 40 decrypted German naval communications, indicating that the German high seas fleet was preparing to sortie into the North Sea. This intelligence allowed the British Grand Fleet to put to sea and intercept the German fleet. However, poor communication of the intelligence to Admiral John Jellicoe, the British commander, and overly cautious interpretation of the decrypts resulted in a confused battle that was tactically indecisive. Despite sinking more British ships, the German fleet retreated to port and never again seriously challenged British naval supremacy. The battle demonstrated both the value and the limitations of signals intelligence. The most consequential achievement of Allied cryptanalysis during World War I came in January 1917, when Room 40 intercepted and decrypted the Zimmermann telegram. Arthur Zimmermann, the German Foreign Secretary, sent an encrypted telegram to the German ambassador in Mexico, proposing that if the United States entered the war against Germany, Mexico should ally with Germany and attack the United States to recover Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. In return, Germany would provide financial support. The telegram was encrypted using German diplomatic code number 13050, for which the British had obtained the codebook. The message was transmitted via multiple routes, including a cable from Sweden to Buenos Aires, where it was forwarded to Mexico. The British intercepted the telegram from the Swedish relay. Nigel de Grey and William Montgomery, cryptanalysts in Room 40, worked on the decryption. They initially decrypted most of the message but struggled with some groups. When the German ambassador in Mexico sent the message onward to the German military attaché using an older, less secure code, the British intercepted this version as well and were able to complete the decryption. The British government faced a dilemma. Revealing the telegram's contents to the United States might bring the Americans into the war, but doing so would inform Germany that Britain was reading German diplomatic codes. The British also needed to conceal how they obtained the telegram to protect their cable interception operations. To solve these problems, British intelligence obtained a copy of the telegram as sent from Mexico City using the older code and claimed to have obtained it through an agent in Mexico. This provided plausible cover for the source of the decryption. On February 19, 1917, British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour showed the telegram to Walter Page, the American ambassador in London. Page transmitted the information to Washington. President Woodrow Wilson received the decrypted telegram on February 24th. The American government initially doubted the telegram's authenticity, suspecting it might be a British forgery designed to draw the United States into the war. However, on March 3, Zimmermann himself publicly admitted the telegram's authenticity in a press conference, confirming its contents. The revelation of the Zimmermann telegram outraged American public opinion, which had been divided on whether to enter the war. Combined with Germany's resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare, the telegram helped shift American sentiment toward intervention. the United States declared war on Germany on April 6, 1917. The Zimmermann telegram remains one of the most consequential intelligence coups in history, demonstrating how cryptanalysis could influence the course of events at the highest strategic level. In June 1918, the German army introduced the ADF-GVX cipher for tactical communications, an evolution of the earlier ADF-GX system. The cipher was designed to be resistant to cryptanalysis and suitable for transmission via Morse code. The system used a modified Polybius square with a substituted alphabet, converting each plaintext letter into a pair of letters drawn from A, D, F, G, V, and X. These 6 letters were chosen because their Morse code representations were distinctive and less likely to be confused in transmission. After this substitution, the resulting letter pairs were written into a grid and then read off in columns whose order was determined by a keyword, creating a transposition. The combination of substitution and transposition created a complex cipher. Captain Georges Pelvin of the French Bureau du Chiffre worked intensively on the ADF-GVX cipher. In early June 1918, during the German Spring Offensive, Pelvin successfully broke the cipher after exhaustive analysis of intercepted messages. His breakthrough required identifying the length of the transposition key and then solving both the transposition and the substitution. The decrypted German messages revealed that the German offensive toward Paris was running out of momentum and that German forces were short of supplies and reinforcements. This intelligence allowed French commanders to allocate their reserves effectively and helped stop the German advance. Pelvin's achievement came at enormous personal cost. The stress of the work reportedly caused him to lose 12 kilograms during the cryptanalytic effort. By late 1918, signals intelligence had become integrated into military operations at all levels. The major powers had developed sophisticated interception networks, employed hundreds of cryptanalysts, and created procedures for rapidly distributing decrypted intelligence to commanders. The war demonstrated that secure communications were essential to modern military operations, and that cryptanalysis could provide decisive intelligence advantages. When the war ended in November 1918, all major powers retained their cryptanalytic capabilities, recognizing that signals intelligence would remain important in both peacetime intelligence gathering and any future conflict. The wartime experience had trained a generation of cryptographers and cryptanalysts whose expertise would shape the field for decades to come. In the immediate post-war years, governments sought to maintain their signals intelligence capabilities while demobilizing their armed forces. Britain reorganized its cryptanalytic efforts, bringing together military and diplomatic code-breaking under civilian control. In 1919, the British Government Code and Cipher School was established under the Foreign Office, though it worked closely with military intelligence. Alistair Denniston, formerly of Room 40, became the operational head of the new organization. The Government Code and Cipher School initially employed approximately 50 staff and was headquartered in London. Its mission included both creating secure codes and ciphers for British government use and conducting cryptanalysis of foreign communications. The United States emerged from World War I with limited cryptanalytic capabilities compared to Britain and France. The American military had established the Cipher Bureau, known as MI8, in 1917 under Herbert Yardley. Yardley, a former State Department code clerk, had demonstrated talent for cryptanalysis and convinced the Army to create a formal code-breaking unit. MI8 enjoyed some successes during the war, but American cryptanalytic efforts remained smaller in scale than those of European powers. In 1919, Herbert Yardley convinced the State Department and Army to fund a peacetime cryptanalytic organization. The Cipher Bureau, nicknamed the American Black Chamber, was established in New York City with Yardley as director. The organization operated in secret, occupying offices in a townhouse. Its primary mission was to decrypt diplomatic communications of foreign governments, with particular focus on Japanese codes. The Black Chamber employed approximately 20 staff, including cryptanalysts, linguists, clerks, and secretaries. It received intercepted messages from Western Union and other telegraph companies, which cooperated with the government in providing copies of diplomatic cables. The practice of such cooperation was controversial, but it continued throughout the 1920s. From 1919 to 1929, the Black Chamber successfully decrypted diplomatic communications of many countries. Its greatest success came in reading Japanese diplomatic codes, which provided the American government with intelligence about Japanese negotiating positions and strategic intentions. This intelligence proved valuable during the Washington Naval Conference of 1921 to 1922, which aimed to limit naval armaments and reduce tensions in the Pacific. American negotiators, armed with knowledge of Japanese positions from decrypted messages, achieved favorable outcomes in the negotiations. Japan agreed to accept a capital ship ratio that left the Japanese fleet smaller than the combined American and British fleets in the Pacific. In Europe, the major powers continued developing both cryptographic and cryptanalytic capabilities. The French Bureau du Chiffre continued operations, focusing on German and Italian communications. French cryptanalysts monitored German compliance with the Treaty of Versailles restrictions on military forces and watched for signs of secret rearmament. Britain's Government Code and Cipher School worked on the codes and ciphers of numerous countries, including France, America, Japan, and the Soviet Union. The British maintained a global network of interception stations in Egypt, India, Singapore, and other imperial territories. These stations intercepted wireless communications and cable traffic, forwarding material to London for cryptanalysis. The Soviet Union established its own cryptanalytic service following the Bolshevik Revolution. Soviet intelligence services, including the Cheka and its successors, devoted resources to both creating secure communications for Communist Party and government use, and to breaking the codes of capitalist countries and internal enemies. Arthur Scherbius continued marketing his Enigma machine in the early 1920s with limited commercial success. However, the German military began to take interest in the device. In 1926, the German Navy adopted a version of the Enigma machine for secure communications. The German army followed in 1928. The military versions of Enigma incorporated modifications that increased security, including a plugboard that swapped letter pairs before and after the rotor encryption. The German military also established procedures for changing Enigma settings daily, distributing monthly key lists to operators that specified the rotor order, rotor starting positions, and plugboard connections for each day. The adoption of Enigma by German military services reflected a broader trend toward mechanization of cryptography, as communication volumes increased and manual encryption methods became impractical. The Polish Cipher Bureau, operating under Polish military intelligence, began working on German Enigma communications in the late 1920s. Poland, situated between Germany and the Soviet Union, had strong motivations to monitor its neighbors' military communications. The Poles obtained information about Enigma through various intelligence channels, including documents provided by a German traitor named Hans Thilo Schmidt, who worked in the German Cipher office and sold key sheets and operational instructions to French intelligence. The French, unable to make progress on Enigma themselves, shared this material with their Polish allies. The Polish mathematician Marian Rejewski, working with colleagues Jerzy Rosicki and Henryk Zygalski, made the crucial breakthrough in breaking Enigma in 1932. Rejewski used mathematical group theory to analyze the permutations created by the Enigma rotors and plugboard. He realized that by studying the patterns of repeated letters in the message keys, he could work out the internal wiring of the Enigma rotors without physically possessing a machine. By December of 1932, Rejewski had reconstructed the rotor wirings and could read German messages. The Polish Cipher Bureau built replicas of the Enigma machines and developed techniques for rapidly determining each day's settings. Rejewski also invented a device called the cyclometer to catalogue the possible rotor positions, and later developed an electromechanical machine called the Bombe cryptologicsner, or cryptologic bomb, to automate the search for daily keys. The Bombe could test rotor positions much faster than manual methods, making it practical to decrypt messages even as the Germans increased security by changing settings more frequently. Throughout the 1930s, the Polish Cipher Bureau successfully read German military communications, providing Polish intelligence with valuable insight into German military planning. However, in 1938, the Germans increased Enigma security by adding 2 additional rotors to the set, from which the 3 operational rotors were chosen, increasing the number of possible rotor orders from 6 to 60. The Poles would have needed 10 times as many Bombe machines to keep up, a resource commitment beyond their capability. The deteriorating political situation in Europe led the Polish Cipher Bureau to share their Enigma breakthroughs with France and Britain in July of 1939, just weeks before Germany invaded Poland. At a conference outside Warsaw, the Poles revealed their methods and provided their allies with replica Enigma machines and technical documentation, including the rotor wirings and the Bombe design. This transfer of knowledge gave Britain and France a crucial head start in their own efforts to break Enigma. The Government Code and Cipher School, Britain's Signals Intelligence Agency, relocated from London to Bletchley Park, a Victorian mansion in Buckinghamshire, shortly before the outbreak of World War II in September 1939. Bletchley Park became the centre of British cryptanalytic efforts against German codes and ciphers. The organisation recruited mathematicians, linguists, chess champions, and puzzle enthusiasts to work on breaking enemy communications. Alan Turing, a brilliant mathematician from Cambridge University, joined Bletchley Park at the start of the war. Turing had already made fundamental contributions to the theory of computation with his 1936 paper describing the theoretical Turing machine, a mathematical model of computation. At Bletchley Park, Turing led the effort to break German naval Enigma, which used more complex procedures than Army or Air Force Enigma. Turing designed an improved version of the Polish Bombe, which the British called the Bombe, incorporating ideas from fellow mathematician Gordon Welchman. The British Bombe was much faster than the Polish version and could handle the increased complexity of military Enigma with its plugboard and expanded rotor set. The first bomb became operational in March 1940. Turing's approach relied on finding cribs, known or guessed plaintext fragments that could be matched against ciphertext. When a probable word or phrase appeared at a specific position in a message, the Bombe could exploit this knowledge to rapidly test possible rotor settings and plugboard configurations. Cribs came from various sources, including stereotypical message formats, weather reports with predictable content, and German operator mistakes. Bletchley Park organized its work into sections called huts, named after the temporary wooden buildings initially used to house different operations. Hut 6 worked on German Army and Air Force Enigma, while Hut 8, led by Turing, focused on naval Enigma. Hut 3 handled translation and intelligence analysis of decrypted Army and Air Force messages, and Hut 4 did the same for naval messages. Other huts worked on Italian, Japanese, and other Axis communications. The decrypted German communications were codenamed Ultra, and the intelligence derived from Ultra was among the most closely guarded secrets of the war. Only a small number of senior military commanders and political leaders knew that Britain was reading German encrypted messages. Elaborate procedures ensured that ultra-intelligence was used in ways that would not reveal to the Germans that their communications were compromised. For example, before acting on ultra-intelligence about German ship positions, British forces would sometimes send reconnaissance aircraft to the area so that the Germans would assume the ships had been spotted visually rather than through signals intelligence. Breaking naval Enigma proved particularly difficult because the German Navy used more stringent security procedures than other services. A critical breakthrough came in May 1941 when the Royal Navy captured the German submarine U-110 before it could be scuttled. British sailors recovered Enigma key sheets and codebooks from the submarine, providing Bletchley Park with months of cryptanalytic advantage. Similar captures from other submarines and weather ships provided additional material that helped Hut 8 maintain its ability to read naval Enigma, even as the Germans modified procedures. The intelligence gained from Ultra had enormous impact on the war. During the Battle of Britain in 1940, Decrypted Luftwaffe communications allowed RAF Fighter Command to efficiently deploy limited fighter resources against incoming German bomber formations. In the Atlantic, decrypted U-boat communications helped the Allies route convoys around wolfpacks, saving millions of tons of shipping. In North Africa, ultra-intelligence about German supply convoys allowed British forces to interdict supplies heading to Rommel's Afrika Korps. Before D-Day, Ultra confirmed that German forces believed the Allied deception, suggesting the invasion would come at Pas de Calais rather than Normandy. Historians have debated the precise contribution of Ultra to Allied victory, but most agree it shortened the war significantly, possibly by years. Some estimates suggest Ultra saved hundreds of thousands of lives by accelerating the Allied victory. The existence of Ultra remained classified until 1974, nearly 30 years after the war ended. During those decades, the contributions of the Bletchley Park codebreakers remained unknown to the public, and many of those involved kept their wartime work secret for the rest of their lives. The German intelligence services suspected at various times that Enigma might be compromised, but they consistently concluded that breaking it was mathematically impossible, given the enormous number of possible settings. German cryptographers calculated that even with captured machines, an enemy would need to test billions of rotor and plugboard combinations, a task they believed would take longer than the useful life of any message. They failed to appreciate that mathematical analysis combined with mechanical automation could reduce the search space to a manageable size. The Germans also assumed that no enemy possessed the industrial capacity to build the large number of bombs that would be necessary, and they remained unaware that the Allies were actually doing so. The United States, after entering the war in December 1941, built more than 100 bombs to augment British efforts. The American bombs, produced by the National Cash Register Company, used different engineering approaches but achieved the same cryptanalytic goals. American and British bombs worked together as an integrated code-breaking system, with encrypted German messages intercepted by listening stations being sent to code-breaking centers for processing. The Germans did modify Enigma security during the war in response to general security concerns. In February 1942, the German Navy added a fourth rotor to naval Enigma machines used for Atlantic U-boat communications, creating what the Allies called Shark. This modification temporarily blinded Bletchley Park, which lost the ability to read U-boat messages for nearly 10 months. The blackout corresponded with a period of heavy shipping losses in the Atlantic, as U-boats attacked convoys that could no longer be routed around wolfpacks. Bletchley Park eventually broke 4-rotor Enigma through a combination of captured material, improved techniques, and the development of 4-rotor bombs. When Allied forces began reading U-boat traffic again in December 1942, shipping losses declined dramatically, and the tide of the Battle of the Atlantic turned in favor of the Allies. While Enigma represented the most significant cryptographic challenge in the European theater, the war in the Pacific involved different cipher systems. The Japanese military used several encryption methods, including codebooks combined with additives and a cipher machine the Allies codenamed Purple. Japanese diplomatic communications used Purple, which the US Army's Signal Intelligence Service had broken in 1940 through the work of a team led by Frank Rowlett and including William Friedman. The breaking of Purple before American entry into the war gave US leaders access to Japanese diplomatic messages, intelligence, codenamed Magic. Magic decrypts revealed Japanese intentions and diplomatic negotiations in the months leading to Pearl Harbor, though they did not provide specific warning of the attack itself, because Japanese military operations were communicated through different systems that had not been fully broken. The Japanese Navy used an operational codebook called JN-25, which US Navy cryptanalysts at Station Hypo in Hawaii worked to break. By mid-1942, American codebreakers could read enough JN-25 traffic to provide actionable intelligence about Japanese naval movements. This capability proved decisive at the Battle of Midway in June 1942. Station Hypo, led by Commander Joseph Rochefort, decrypted Japanese messages revealing that the Japanese combined fleet planned a major operation against an objective identified only as AF. Through a ruse involving a false plain language radio message about water shortages at Midway, American cryptanalysts confirmed that AF was Midway Island. This intelligence allowed Admiral Chester Nimitz to position American carriers to ambush the Japanese fleet, resulting in the sinking of 4 Japanese carriers and a turning point in the Pacific War. Japanese Army communications used a different system based on codebooks and cipher tables. The Allies made progress against Japanese Army codes, but generally found them more difficult than naval codes because the Army changed systems more frequently and used more complex additive procedures. Australian and British cryptanalysts in the Southwest Pacific made important contributions to breaking Japanese Army systems, with the Central Bureau in Brisbane becoming a major Allied code-breaking centre. The intelligence gained from Japanese decrypts, combined with magic diplomatic intelligence, gave Allied commanders throughout the Pacific theatre significant advantages in planning operations and anticipating Japanese responses. The Japanese, like the Germans, never fully appreciated that their communications were being read. Japanese security services occasionally suspected compromise and modified procedures, but they attributed intelligence leaks to other sources such as spies or prisoner interrogations, rather than to systematic cryptanalysis of their encrypted communications. The Soviet Union maintained its own extensive cryptographic and cryptanalytic services throughout the war. Soviet military forces used one-time pad systems for their most sensitive communications. A one-time pad uses a random key that is as long as the message itself, with each key used only once. When properly implemented with truly random keys and perfect key security, a one-time pad is theoretically unbreakable because the ciphertext provides no information about the plaintext beyond its length. Soviet intelligence services, including the NKVD and its successor organizations, used one-time pads for communications between Moscow and foreign agents. However, Soviet cryptographic practice during the war suffered from a critical flaw. Wartime pressures and production difficulties led Soviet cryptographers to reuse one-time pads, violating the fundamental principle that made the system secure. This reuse, combined with particular aspects of the additive process used, created vulnerabilities that American cryptanalysts would later exploit in a program called Venona. The United States began the Venona project in 1943, initially attempting to break Soviet diplomatic and intelligence communications to determine whether the Soviet Union might seek a separate peace with Germany. Arlington Hall, the headquarters of the U.S. Army's Signals Intelligence Operation, led the effort. The breakthrough came when cryptanalyst Meredith Gardner discovered in 1946 that some Soviet messages had been encrypted with reused one-time pads. The duplication of key material allowed Gardner to begin extracting plaintext from messages sent during the war years. The Venona decrypts revealed that Soviet intelligence had extensively penetrated American and British institutions during the war, with agents in government agencies, military projects, and the atomic bomb program. The decrypts identified or provided clues about dozens of Soviet agents, including Klaus Fuchs, who passed atomic secrets from the Manhattan Project to the Soviets, and the Rosenbergs, who were involved in nuclear espionage. The Venona project remained highly classified until 1995, when the National Security Agency began publicly releasing decrypted texts and related documents. The late release meant that many Cold War controversies about Soviet espionage were argued for decades, without key evidence being available to historians or the public. Cryptography played a crucial role in the Manhattan Project, the American effort to develop atomic weapons. The project required secure communications between research sites at Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Hanford, and other locations, as well as secure communication with government officials in Washington. The Manhattan Project used various cipher systems, including one-time pads for the most sensitive communications. Despite these security measures, Soviet intelligence successfully penetrated the project through human agents who provided information directly, rather than through intercepted communications. The most valuable Soviet source, Klaus Fuchs, a British physicist working at Los Alamos, passed detailed technical information about bomb design to his Soviet handler. The information Fuchs provided significantly accelerated Soviet atomic bomb development. The first Soviet atomic test in 1949 came far earlier than Western intelligence had predicted, partly due to information obtained through espionage. While cryptography secured the communications channels, it could not prevent determined spies from physically removing information from secure facilities. The development of electronic computers during and immediately after World War II transformed cryptography and cryptanalysis. The Colossus computer, developed at Bletchley Park by Tommy Flowers and his team, became operational in February 1944. Colossus was designed specifically to break the Lorenz cipher, a teleprinter encryption system used by German High Command for communications between Hitler and his senior generals. The Lorenz cipher, which the British called Tunny, was much more complex than Enigma. British cryptanalysts, including mathematician Bill Tutt, determined how the Lorenz machine worked through pure analysis of intercepted ciphertext without ever seeing the device itself. Colossus used vacuum tubes to perform logical operations at electronic speeds, allowing it to test millions of possible cipher settings much faster than electromechanical bombs could. 10 Colossus machines were eventually built and played an important role in breaking German high command communications in the final year of the war. The Colossus represented a milestone in computing history as one of the first programmable electronic digital computers, though its existence remained secret for decades, and it therefore received no recognition in early histories of computing. American efforts to develop electronic computers were also driven partly by cryptanalytic requirements. The US Army and Navy funded research into high-speed computing machines that could be used for code breaking. The ENIAC, completed in 1946 at the University of Pennsylvania, was designed initially for calculating artillery firing tables, but was also used for computations related to the hydrogen bomb project. Later computers, including the EDVAC and UNIVAC, reflected continuing military interest in high-speed computation for cryptanalytic and other applications. The close relationship between cryptographic needs and computer development would continue throughout the Cold War, with intelligence agencies among the most important customers for cutting-edge computing technology. The post-war period brought fundamental changes to cryptography as the Cold War created unprecedented demand for secure communications, while advances in computing transformed both encryption and cryptanalysis. The United States established the Armed Forces Security Agency in 1949 to coordinate cryptologic activities across military services, consolidating various signals intelligence organizations that had operated during the war. This agency became the National Security Agency in 1952, headquartered at Fort Meade in Maryland. The NSA inherited the personnel, techniques and experience of wartime code-breaking operations and quickly became the largest employer of mathematicians in the United States. The agency's mission encompassed both signals, intelligence, the interception and analysis of foreign communications and communications security, protecting American government and military information. The Soviet Union established similar organizations, including special cryptographic sections within the KGB and GRU military intelligence. These organizations employed thousands of linguists, mathematicians, and engineers working on cryptographic problems. The beginning of the Cold War meant that cryptography was no longer primarily concerned with wartime military communications, but with continuous peacetime intelligence gathering and protection of diplomatic, military, and increasingly scientific information. The Soviets achieved a major intelligence breakthrough through the Venona project, though this success was actually a Western accomplishment. Beginning in 1943, American cryptanalysts began collecting encrypted Soviet diplomatic and intelligence communications. These messages used one-time pads, theoretically unbreakable encryption systems, in which each message is encrypted using a random key that is as long as the message itself and is never reused. However, Soviet code clerks had violated proper procedure by reusing pages from one-time pad codebooks, likely due to the pressures of wartime production and distribution of key material. This reuse meant that the supposedly unbreakable system became vulnerable to cryptanalysis, American and British cryptanalysts, working in a project eventually codenamed Venona, began breaking these messages in 1946. The work was extraordinarily difficult because the messages were still protected by complex codebooks even before the one-time pad encryption was applied, and the key reuse was partial and irregular. Meredith Gardner, an American linguist and cryptanalyst, made the first breakthrough in December 1946 when he recovered parts of a Soviet intelligence message. Over the following years, Gardner and his colleagues painstakingly reconstructed portions of thousands of Soviet messages sent between 1940 and 1948. The decrypted messages revealed extensive Soviet espionage operations in the United States, including atomic espionage. Venona evidence pointed to Klaus Fuchs, a German-born physicist who had worked on the Manhattan Project as a Soviet spy. Fuchs confessed in 1950, and his information led to the arrest of his courier, Harry Gold, which in turn led to David Greenglass, whose testimony implicated his sister, Ethel Rosenberg, and her husband Julius. The Rosenbergs were executed in 1953 for conspiracy to commit espionage. Venona messages also revealed that Soviet intelligence had penetrated numerous American government agencies during and after World War II. The project remained highly classified until 1995, when the NSA began releasing decrypted messages and information about the program. The Venona case demonstrated both the power of signals, intelligence, and the catastrophic consequences of improper handling of cryptographic key material. The early Cold War period saw major developments in cipher machine technology. The German Enigma had shown the value of rotor-based encryption machines, and several nations developed improved rotor machines in the post-war years. The British developed the Typex machine during the war and continued using rotor-based systems. The Soviet Union used various models of the Fialka cipher machine from the 1950s through the 1970s. The Swiss manufacturer Crypto AG, founded by Boris Hagelin after he relocated from Sweden, produced numerous cipher machines that were sold to governments around the world. Hagelin had developed the M209 cipher machine during World War II, which was used extensively by US forces. After the war, Hagelin continued refining rotor-based encryption technology and sold machines to more than 100 countries. What was not publicly known until revelations in 2020 was that Crypto AG had been secretly owned by the CIA and West German intelligence from 1970 onward, and had worked with these agencies from the 1950s. This arrangement, codenamed Operation Rubicon, allowed American and German intelligence to read the encrypted communications of numerous foreign governments that purchased Crypto AG equipment. The company deliberately weakened the encryption of machines sold to certain countries while providing more secure machines to favored allies. This operation represented one of the most successful intelligence coups of the Cold War, continuing until 2018, when the CIA sold its stake in the company. The 1940s and 50s saw the development of information theory, which provided a mathematical foundation for cryptography. Claude Shannon, a mathematician and electrical engineer working at Bell Labs, published A Mathematical Theory of Communication in 1948, establishing the field of information theory. This paper introduced concepts of entropy, redundancy, and channel capacity that became fundamental to understanding communication systems. Shannon had worked on cryptography during World War II, analyzing secure voice systems, including a device called Scytale that encrypted telephone conversations using random noise. In 1949, Shannon published Communication Theory of Secrecy Systems in the Bell System Technical Journal. This classified work, declassified for publication, was the first mathematical treatment of cryptography. Shannon proved that the one-time pad system was unbreakable if used correctly, providing mathematical certainty for what had previously been only an assumption. He introduced the concepts of diffusion and confusion as essential properties of secure ciphers. Diffusion means that changing one bit of the plaintext should affect many bits of the ciphertext, spreading the influence of each plaintext bit across the ciphertext. Confusion means that the relationship between the ciphertext and the key should be as complex as possible, preventing an attacker from deducing the key, even with knowledge of the ciphertext and plaintext. These concepts would guide cipher design for decades. Shannon also applied information theory concepts to analyze the security of various cipher systems, establishing cryptography as a mathematical discipline rather than an ad hoc collection of techniques. The 1950s and 60s saw widespread adoption of encryption for protecting sensitive but unclassified communications. Businesses increasingly used codes and ciphers to protect proprietary information, trade secrets, and financial data. Banks developed systems for securing electronic funds transfers as the banking system became more dependent on telecommunications. The growth of international business and the expansion of telecommunications networks created new markets for commercial cryptographic equipment. However, most commercial encryption systems of this era were relatively weak by military standards. Companies generally sought to protect information from casual observation and industrial espionage rather than from determined nation-state attackers. Governments maintained strict control over strong cryptographic technology, treating it as a munition subject to export controls. In the United States, the International Traffic in Arms regulations classified cryptographic devices and software as weapons, requiring licenses for export. This regulatory framework reflected the view that cryptography was primarily a tool of military and intelligence operations, not a consumer technology. The increasing power of computers created both opportunities and challenges for cryptography. Faster computers made it possible to attack ciphers through brute force, testing all possible keys until the correct one was found. Cipher designers responded by increasing key lengths and developing more complex algorithms that would resist cryptanalysis, even with powerful computers. The data encryption standard, which would emerge in the 1970s, was designed specifically to resist attack by computers that were expected to exist in the foreseeable future. Intelligence agencies invested heavily in specialized computing hardware for cryptanalysis. The NSA became a pioneer in computer architecture, developing custom machines optimized for the specific computations required for breaking ciphers. These machines used parallel processing to test many possible keys simultaneously, achieving speeds far beyond commercial computers. The NSA also became an early customer for supercomputers, purchasing the most powerful available systems and funding research into even faster architectures. The 1960s saw growing academic interest in cryptography, though the field remained dominated by government agencies. Few universities taught cryptography, and most published literature on the subject was decades old. The most advanced techniques remained classified. However, some academics began exploring cryptographic problems from a theoretical computer science perspective. The development of complexity theory, which classified computational problems by their difficulty, provided new tools for analyzing cryptographic systems. Computer scientists began asking whether certain cryptographic problems could be proven to be computationally hard, meaning that no efficient algorithm could solve them. This question would become central to modern cryptography. The military continued to drive cryptographic innovation during the Cold War. The hotline between Washington and Moscow, established after the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1963, required secure communications to prevent misunderstandings that could lead to nuclear war. The hotline initially used a commercial teleprinter, but messages were encrypted using one-time pads. Later upgrades incorporated more sophisticated encryption systems. Military command and control systems, particularly those related to nuclear weapons, required the highest levels of security. The United States developed multiple encryption systems for different classification levels and different types of information. NATO allies needed compatible encryption systems to communicate securely, leading to collaborative development of cryptographic standards. The Soviet bloc similarly developed standardized encryption systems for Warsaw Pact communications. The Vietnam War saw extensive use of encrypted communications for military operations. American forces used various encryption systems, including the KL-7 rotor machine and early electronic encryption devices. The use of helicopters and forward air controllers required real-time encrypted voice communications, driving development of secure radio systems. The loss of the USS Pueblo, an intelligence-gathering ship captured by North Korea in 1968, compromised numerous cryptographic systems and required extensive replacement of keys and equipment across the US military. This incident highlighted the vulnerability of cryptographic material to capture and the enormous logistical burden of distributing and managing encryption keys across a global military force. The increasing use of computers for storing and processing sensitive information created new cryptographic challenges. Encrypting stored data, as opposed to communications in transit, became increasingly important. Governments and corporations needed to protect databases containing classified or proprietary information. The problem of key management became more complex as the number of people and systems requiring encrypted communication grew. Traditional methods of distributing keys through trusted couriers became impractical for large networks. Cryptographers began exploring automated key distribution systems, though practical solutions would not emerge until later decades. The 1960s also saw the first stirrings of what would become the public debate over cryptography policy. As encryption technology became more commercially available, and as businesses increasingly relied on telecommunications, questions arose about who should have access to strong cryptography. Law enforcement agencies argued that widespread availability of unbreakable encryption would hamper criminal investigations. Civil liberties advocates countered that privacy in an age of electronic communications required strong cryptography. These debates remained relatively quiet in the 1960s, as strong cryptography was still largely confined to government and military use, but they would intensify dramatically in the following decades. The stage was set for cryptography to move from an obscure specialty of military and intelligence agencies to a technology affecting the daily lives of millions of people. The 1970s witnessed transformations in cryptography that would fundamentally alter its role in society. In 1973, the National Bureau of Standards issued a public call for proposals for a standard cryptographic algorithm that could be used by government agencies and private industry to protect sensitive but unclassified information. This marked the first time a government had publicly solicited cipher designs rather than developing them in secret. The motivation was practical. The federal government used countless computers and communication systems that handled information requiring protection, but not the highest levels of secrecy. Different agencies and contractors used incompatible and often weak proprietary encryption systems. A standard would enable secure communication between different systems and organizations. The call for proposals attracted submissions from academia, industry, and independent cryptographers. Most submissions proved inadequate when evaluated by NSA cryptanalysts working with the National Bureau of Standards. However, one submission stood out. IBM submitted a cipher called Lucifer, which had been developed by a team led by Horst Feistel. Horst Feistel had worked on cryptography at the Air Force Cambridge Research Center before joining the MITRE Corporation and then IBM. At IBM's Thomas J. Watson Laboratory, Feistel led a project to develop a block cipher that would be suitable for implementation in hardware. The original Lucifer design went through several iterations. The version submitted to the National Bureau of Standards used a 128-bit key and operated on blocks of 64 bits of data. The algorithm used a structure now called a Feistel network, in which the block of data is divided in half and multiple rounds of substitution and permutation operations are applied. Each round uses a portion of the key to determine the specific operations. The beauty of the Feistel network is that the same algorithm can be used for both encryption and decryption, simply by applying the round keys in reverse order. This architectural innovation would influence block cipher design for decades to come. The National Bureau of Standards, with advice from the NSA, selected the IBM submission but requested modifications. The key length was reduced from 128 bits to 56 bits, a change that would spark controversy for years. The modified algorithm was designated the Data Encryption Standard, or DES. In March 1975, the National Bureau of Standards published the DES for public comment. The publication of a complete cryptographic algorithm for public scrutiny was unprecedented. Previously, government cipher systems had been classified secrets. The openness invited both praise and criticism. Academic cryptographers welcomed the opportunity to study and test a real cipher system. Security experts began analyzing DES to look for weaknesses. The main controversies centered on two aspects of the design. First, the 56-bit key length seemed short to some critics. With a 56-bit key, there were approximately 72 quadrillion possible keys. This sounds large, but critics like Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman argued that determined attackers with sufficient computing resources could try all possible keys in a brute force attack. They published estimates suggesting that a specialized machine costing $20 million could break DES by exhaustive key search in under a day. The NSA and National Bureau of Standards countered that such a machine was beyond the means of ordinary criminals or most foreign governments, and that the standard could be reviewed and updated as technology advanced. Critics suspected the key length had been deliberately weakened to ensure that the NSA could break DES if necessary, though this was never proven. Second, the DES algorithm included components called substitution boxes, or S boxes, which performed a critical part of the encryption. The design criteria for these S boxes were classified and not explained in the published standard. This lack of transparency fueled suspicions that the NSA had inserted a hidden weakness or backdoor into DES that would allow the agency to decrypt messages without knowing the key. The creators of DES maintained that the S boxes had been carefully designed to resist certain types of cryptanalytic attacks, but they could not explain publicly without revealing classified cryptanalytic techniques. Years later, when the technique of differential cryptanalysis was publicly discovered in the late 1980s, it became clear that the DES boxes had indeed been designed to resist this type of attack, which was known to the NSA but not to the public cryptographic community in the 1970s. This vindicated the DES designers' claims that the S boxes were strengthening rather than weakening the cipher, though at the time many remained suspicious. Despite the controversies, DES was adopted as a federal standard in November 1976 and published in January 1977 as Federal Information Processing Standard 46. DES quickly became the most widely used encryption algorithm in the world. Banks adopted it to protect electronic fund transfers through the automated clearinghouse network. The American National Standards Institute adopted DES as a private sector standard. Hardware implementations of DES became commercially available, allowing organizations to add encryption to their communications and data storage systems. The publication and widespread adoption of DES represented a turning point. Cryptography was no longer exclusively a military and intelligence tool. Businesses, and eventually individuals, could access strong encryption. The public nature of DES also transformed cryptography from a secret art to a science that could be studied openly. The same decade brought an even more revolutionary development. In November 1976, Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman published a paper titled New Directions in Cryptography in the journal IEEE Transactions on Information Theory. This paper introduced concepts that would fundamentally change cryptography. Diffie and Hellman had been troubled by the key distribution problem. All cryptographic systems used until that time were symmetric, meaning the same key was used for both encryption and decryption. This meant that before two parties could communicate securely, they had to somehow exchange keys through a secure channel. For military communications, keys could be distributed by trusted couriers carrying physical key material. For a global electronic communications network, this approach did not scale. If millions of people wanted to communicate securely in pairs, the number of keys required and the logistics of distributing them securely would be overwhelming. Diffie and Hellman asked whether it might be possible to create a cryptographic system in which the encryption key and the decryption key were different, and in which knowledge of the encryption key did not allow someone to determine the decryption key. Such a system would allow someone to publish an encryption key publicly. Anyone could use that public key to encrypt messages, but only the holder of the corresponding private decryption key could decrypt them. This concept seemed paradoxical. How could you give someone the information needed to encrypt, but not enough information to decrypt? The answer lay in mathematical functions that are easy to compute in one direction but extremely difficult to reverse. Diffie and Hellman proposed using the discrete logarithm problem. In their key exchange protocol, two parties could agree on a shared secret key over an insecure channel without an eavesdropper being able to determine the key. The protocol worked by having each party choose a private random number, perform a calculation using that number and some publicly agreed parameters, exchange the results, and then perform another calculation to arrive at a shared secret that an eavesdropper could not feasibly compute even while observing all the exchanged information. The Diffie Hellman key exchange protocol solved the key distribution problem for symmetric encryption. Two parties who had never met and shared no prior secrets could establish a shared key for use with DES or other symmetric algorithms. However, Diffie and Hellman's paper went further. They described the concept of public key cryptography but did not provide a practical implementation for encryption and decryption, only for key exchange. They challenged the cryptographic community to find a suitable mathematical function that would enable true public key encryption and digital signatures. The concept of digital signatures was another breakthrough introduced in the paper. In the physical world, handwritten signatures provide authentication and non-repudiation. The signer's identity is verified, and the signer cannot later deny having signed the document. Diffie and Hellman described how public key cryptography could enable digital signatures. The signer would use a private key to create a signature that anyone could verify using the corresponding public key, but that no one could forge without access to the private key. This would enable secure authentication and non-repudiation in digital communications. The response to new directions in cryptography was enthusiastic in the academic community and alarmed in some government circles. Cryptographers recognized the profound implications and raced to find practical implementations. The NSA was reportedly disturbed that such sensitive cryptographic concepts were being discussed openly in academic publications. In 1977, the NSA attempted to discourage public cryptographic research. Joseph Meyer, who worked in the agency's research and development organization, gave a speech suggesting that private sector cryptographic research might violate federal regulations concerning export of munitions, as cryptographic technology was classified as a weapon under international traffic in arms regulations. This statement sent a chill through the academic community. Researchers worried they might face criminal prosecution for publishing papers on cryptography. A prominent case involved George DeVita, a professor at the University of Wisconsin, who had written a paper on a cryptographic system. The NSA requested that the paper not be published and attempted to have the IEEE block publication. After considerable controversy and debate, the paper was eventually published, establishing a precedent for academic freedom in cryptographic research. While these debates raged, researchers worked to implement public key cryptography. In 1977, 3 researchers at MIT found the solution. Ronald Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Adelman developed an algorithm based on the difficulty of factoring large numbers. Their system, which became known as RSA after their initials, worked as follows. The user generated 2 large prime numbers and multiplied them together to get a composite number. This composite number and one other calculated value became the public key. The 2 prime factors remained secret and formed the basis of the private key. Encrypting a message involved performing a mathematical operation using the public key. Decryption required performing a related operation using the private key. The security of the system relied on the fact that while multiplying 2 large primes is easy, factoring their product back into the original primes is extremely difficult when the primes are sufficiently large. No efficient algorithm for factoring large numbers was known, and mathematicians had been working on the factoring problem for centuries. Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman published their algorithm in Martin Gardner's Mathematical Games column in Scientific American in August 1977, ensuring wide dissemination. The column included a challenge ciphertext encrypted with RSA and offered a $100 prize to anyone who could decrypt it. The challenge message was not broken until 1994, demonstrating the security of RSA when properly implemented with sufficiently large keys. The RSA algorithm could be used both for encryption and for digital signatures. For signatures, the signer would use the private key to sign, and anyone could verify using the public key. This provided the authentication and non-repudiation properties Diffie and Hellman had envisioned. RSA was relatively slow compared to symmetric algorithms like DES, especially when using the large key sizes necessary for security. In practice, hybrid systems emerged. RSA, or similar public key algorithms, would be used to exchange a session key for a symmetric algorithm. The actual message would be encrypted with the fast, symmetric algorithm using the session key. This combined the key distribution advantages of public key cryptography with the speed of symmetric encryption. The development of public key cryptography had another dramatic implication. In December 1997, the British government revealed that public key cryptography had actually been invented several years earlier by researchers at the Government Communications Headquarters, the British equivalent of the NSA. James Ellis had conceived the idea of non-secret encryption in 1969. Clifford Cox had discovered an algorithm equivalent to RSA in 1973. Malcolm Williamson had discovered the key exchange protocol equivalent to Diffie Hellman, also in 1973. However, this work was classified and remained secret within GCHQ. The British government did not use the invention operationally and did not share it with allies. When public key cryptography was independently discovered and published in the United States, GCHQ cryptographers recognized it as their own work but could not speak publicly. The revelation that Ellis, Cox, and Williamson had preceded the published inventions by several years demonstrated once again how military and intelligence secrecy could delay technological progress. Had the British work been published when it was discovered, the development of secure electronic commerce and communications might have begun years earlier. The 1970s also saw the publication of several influential books that brought cryptography to a broader audience. David Kahn's The Codebreakers, published in 1967, was actually the subject of an NSA attempt to suppress publication, though the book ultimately appeared with only minor deletions. The book's comprehensive history of cryptography became the standard reference and inspired many young people to pursue careers in the field. In 1973, James Bamford began researching the NSA, resulting in The Puzzle Palace, published in 1982, which provided the first detailed public examination of America's largest intelligence agency and its cryptologic work. These books helped demystify cryptography and intelligence work, contributing to more open public debate about cryptographic policy. By the end of the 1970s, the landscape of cryptography had been transformed. A federal standard algorithm was publicly available for protecting sensitive information. The theoretical foundations of public key cryptography had been established and practical implementations had been developed. Academic researchers around the world were studying and advancing cryptographic science. Cryptography was becoming essential infrastructure for an increasingly computerized economy. Banks relied on cryptography to secure electronic fund transfers worth billions of dollars daily. The stage was set for the explosive growth of digital communications in the coming decades. However, tensions between the cryptographic community and government intelligence agencies remained unresolved. The NSA continued to view strong cryptography as a potential threat to its signals intelligence mission. Cryptographers and privacy advocates argued that cryptography was essential for security and privacy in the information age. These tensions would intensify dramatically in the following decades, as cryptography became embedded in products used by hundreds of millions of people worldwide. The 1980s opened with cryptography, poised to move from specialized applications into mainstream computing. But significant obstacles remained. DESES, despite being a federal standard, was already showing its age less than a decade after adoption. The 56-bit key length that had been controversial in the 1970s was becoming increasingly vulnerable to brute force attacks as computing power grew exponentially, according to Moore's law. Security experts began warning that DES would not remain secure indefinitely, though it would take years before technology advanced enough to demonstrate practical breaks. Meanwhile, public key cryptography remained primarily a theoretical achievement. RSA data security. The company founded to commercialize the RSA algorithm struggled to find customers willing to pay for encryption technology that most businesses did not yet understand they needed. The computational overhead of public key operations made them too slow for encrypting large amounts of data with the processors available in the early 1980s. In 1980, Martin Hellman organized a cryptography workshop at the University of California, Santa Barbara, bringing together academic researchers, government officials, and industry representatives. The workshop highlighted the growing divide between those who saw strong cryptography as a threat and those who viewed it as essential infrastructure. NSA representatives at the workshop expressed concerns about encryption technology spreading beyond government control. Academic cryptographers argued that the mathematics underlying modern cryptography should be openly studied to ensure security rather than relying on secrecy. The tensions aired at this workshop would characterize cryptographic policy debates for decades. Ralph Merkle, while at Xerox PARC in 1980, continued developing his public key crypto system based on knapsack problems. The Merkle-Hellman knapsack crypto system was faster than RSA and seemed promising for practical implementation. Several companies explored incorporating it into commercial products. However, the system contained subtle mathematical weaknesses that would eventually prove fatal. Whitfield Diffie left Stanford in 1981 to join Northern Telecom, where he worked on applying cryptography to telecommunications security. His move to industry reflected the growing commercial interest in cryptographic technology as businesses began recognizing the need to protect electronic communications and data. In 1982, Adi Shamir, one of the inventors of RSA, developed a secret sharing scheme that allowed a secret to be divided into multiple shares, such that a threshold number of shares was required to reconstruct the secret. This technique became important for managing cryptographic keys in situations where no single individual should have complete control, such as nuclear launch codes or access to critical infrastructure. Shamir's secret sharing demonstrated that modern cryptography could provide sophisticated security properties beyond simple encryption and decryption. Leonard Adleman, the third member of the RSA trio, proved in 1982 that the knapsack problem underlying the Merkle-Hellman crypto system could be broken using lattice reduction techniques. The attack did not immediately break the practical system, but it revealed mathematical vulnerabilities. Over the next several years, improved attacks completely broke the Merkle-Hellman system and most variants, demonstrating that not all mathematically complex problems provided secure foundations for cryptography. The knapsack system's collapse reinforced that cryptographic systems required extensive analysis and that mathematical difficulty alone did not guarantee security. David Chaum published a groundbreaking paper in 1982 describing blind signatures, a cryptographic technique that allowed digital signatures to be applied to messages without revealing the message content to the signer. Chaum proposed using blind signatures to create untraceable electronic cache that would preserve privacy in digital transactions while preventing counterfeiting and double spending. His vision of privacy, preserving digital payment systems, was decades ahead of its time. Chaum founded DigiCash in 1989 to commercialize his ideas, though the company ultimately failed to achieve widespread adoption. His work established digital cash and financial cryptography as important research areas and directly influenced later cryptocurrency developments. Manuel Blum at the University of California, Berkeley developed coin-flipping protocols in 1982, that allowed mutually distrustful parties to generate random numbers fairly without requiring a trusted third party. This work contributed to the growing field of cryptographic protocols, which used cryptography not just to hide information, but to enable new types of secure interactions between parties who did not trust each other. The NSA attempted to maintain control over cryptographic research through several mechanisms in the early 1980s. The agency encouraged researchers to submit papers for pre-publication review, suggesting that publication might violate export control regulations or harm national security. Most academic researchers refused, asserting their right to publish unclassified mathematical research. The NSA also controlled funding, providing research grants through the National Science Foundation while trying to direct research away from certain sensitive areas. These efforts largely failed as universities, commercial companies, and foreign researchers pursued cryptographic research independently. In 1983, the American Bankers Association adopted DES as the standard for wholesale banking operations after extensive testing and evaluation. This endorsement by a major industry association helped legitimize DES for commercial use beyond government applications. Banks developed ANSI standards based on DES for encrypting PIN codes, authenticating transactions, and protecting electronic fund transfers. The financial industry became one of the largest users of cryptography outside government. Amos Fiat and Adi Shamir introduced identity-based cryptographic protocols in 1984, proposing systems where a user's public key could be derived from their identity, such as an email address, rather than being an arbitrary number that had to be distributed. This concept simplified key management challenges in public key systems. While early identity-based proposals were not practical, the idea inspired decades of research and eventually led to workable identity-based encryption schemes in the 2000s. Shafi Goldwasser, Silvio Micali, and Charles Rakoff defined zero-knowledge proofs in 1985, describing interactive protocols where one party could prove knowledge of a secret to another party without revealing anything about the secret itself beyond the fact that the prover knew it. The paper introduced rigorous mathematical definitions and proved that zero-knowledge proofs existed for a broad class of problems. This work earned Goldwasser and Micali the Turing Award in 2012. Zero-knowledge proofs represented a fundamentally new cryptographic capability, with applications ranging from authentication systems to privacy-preserving protocols. Neil Koblitz and Victor Miller independently proposed elliptic curve cryptography in 1985, suggesting that cryptographic protocols like Diffie Hellman, key exchange, and digital signatures could be implemented using the mathematical structure of elliptic curves over finite fields. Elliptic curve cryptography offered the same security as RSA with much smaller key sizes, making it attractive for resource-constrained environments. A 160-bit elliptic curve key provided roughly equivalent security to a 1024-bit RSA key. However, elliptic curve cryptography was more complex mathematically, and it took years before implementations became widespread. The NSA initially discouraged research into elliptic curve cryptography, possibly because the agency was already using similar techniques and wanted to preserve its advantage. The first crypto conference was held in 1981 at the University of California, Santa Barbara, organized by Alan Gershow. The conference became an annual event and grew into the premier academic conference for cryptographic research. In 1983, the International Association for Cryptologic Research was founded to organize crypto and other academic cryptography conferences. These conferences provided venues for researchers worldwide to present and discuss new cryptographic techniques, fostering rapid advancement of the field. Ronald Rivest developed the MD2 message digest algorithm in 1989 for RSA data security. A message digest algorithm, also called a cryptographic hash function, takes an input of any length and produces a fixed length output called a hash or digest. Cryptographic hash functions must satisfy several properties. it must be infeasible to find two different inputs that produce the same output, collision resistance. And it must be infeasible to find any input that produces a given output pre-image resistance. Hash functions became essential building blocks for digital signatures, message authentication, password storage, and many other cryptographic applications. MD2 was designed to be fast on 8-bit processors, common in the late 1980s. The Internet, which had existed since the 1960s as a research network connecting universities and government laboratories, began expanding rapidly in the late 1980s. The number of connected computers grew exponentially, and discussions began about commercializing the network. As the Internet grew, security concerns increased. The network had been designed for a trusted community of researchers, and early protocols like Telnet and FTP transmitted passwords and data in clear text, making them trivially vulnerable to eavesdropping. Cryptographers recognized that securing Internet communications would require deploying cryptography at massive scale. But no infrastructure existed for doing so. In 1988, a graduate student named Robert Morris released what became known as the Morris worm, one of the first computer worms distributed via the Internet. The worm exploited vulnerabilities in Unix systems and spread to thousands of computers, causing widespread disruption. While not directly related to cryptography, the Morris worm incident demonstrated the Internet's vulnerability and increased awareness of computer security issues, including the need for secure communications. Silvio Mercalli, Charles Rakoff, and Bob Sloan defined secure multi-party computation in 1987, describing protocols that allowed multiple parties to jointly compute a function over their private inputs, while ensuring that no party learned anything about other parties' inputs beyond what could be inferred from the output. For example, a group of millionaires could compute who was richest without anyone revealing their actual wealth. This work extended earlier results by Andrew Yao on secure two-party computation. Multi-party computation demonstrated that cryptography could provide extraordinarily strong security properties, though practical implementations remained challenging due to computational overhead. Phil Zimmermann began developing pretty good privacy, known as PGP, in 1984. Zimmermann, a longtime peace activist and computer programmer, was concerned about nuclear weapons and government surveillance. He believed that ordinary citizens needed access to strong cryptography to protect privacy and human rights. Zimmermann combined RSA public key cryptography, conventional encryption using algorithms like IDEA, and cryptographic hash functions into an integrated package for encrypting email and files. PGP used a web of trust model for key authentication. Rather than requiring a centralized certificate authority, users digitally signed the public keys of people they knew, building up a decentralized network of trust relationships. In 1991, Phil Zimmermann released PGP version 1.0 as freeware, distributing it through computer bulletin board systems and early Internet sites. Zimmermann was motivated by proposed Senate Bill 266, which would have required telecommunications equipment manufacturers to ensure that communications remained accessible to government wiretapping. Zimmermann believed that citizens needed access to cryptography before such legislation could be enacted. The release of PGP represented a direct challenge to government control over cryptography. PGP spread rapidly through the Internet and computer enthusiast communities. Users around the world downloaded the software and began encrypting their communications. For the first time, strong public key cryptography was freely available to anyone with a personal computer and modem. The RSA algorithm was still patented, and RSA data security had not authorized Zimmermann to use it. Additionally, cryptographic software was classified as munitions under the International Traffic in Arms regulations, and exporting it without a license was a criminal offense. Once PGP was released on the Internet, it immediately spread overseas, potentially violating export controls. In 1993, the U.S. Customs Service initiated a criminal investigation of Phil Zimmermann for allegedly violating arms export regulations by publishing PGP. The investigation placed Zimmermann under significant legal and financial pressure. He faced the possibility of criminal charges, carrying substantial prison sentences for making cryptographic software available to the public. The cryptographic community rallied to Zimmermann's defense, arguing that software source code was speech protected by the First Amendment, and that criminalizing the publication of cryptographic information was unconstitutional. Civil liberties organizations, privacy advocates, and cryptographers viewed the Zimmermann investigation as a test case for cryptographic freedom. The government's pursuit of Zimmermann highlighted the fundamental policy conflict over cryptography. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies argued that widespread availability of strong encryption would undermine their ability to investigate crimes and protect national security. Criminals, terrorists, and hostile foreign powers would use encryption to conceal their activities. Privacy advocates and the technology industry countered that cryptography was essential for security and privacy in an increasingly digital world. Restricting cryptography would leave systems vulnerable to hackers, criminals, and foreign intelligence services. Furthermore, cryptographic knowledge was already published in academic journals and known internationally, making export controls ineffective and harmful to American competitiveness. While the Zimmermann investigation proceeded, the Clinton administration began developing its own cryptographic policy initiatives. The administration sought a middle path that would allow widespread use of cryptography for commercial purposes while preserving law enforcement and intelligence access. This effort culminated in the Clipper chip initiative announced in 1993. The Clipper chip was a cryptographic processor implementing the skipjack encryption algorithm, which was classified and designed by the NSA. The chip was intended for use in secure telephones and other communications devices. The Clipper chip incorporated a key escrow system called the escrowed encryption standard. Each chip contained a unique key that was split into two parts and escrowed with two government agencies. When two Clipper chip devices communicated, they encrypted the session key using an escrow encryption scheme and transmitted it along with a device identifier. Law enforcement agencies with a court order could obtain the escrowed key parts, combine them, and use the device identifier to decrypt the session key, thereby gaining access to the communication. The Clinton administration announced the Clipper chip in April 1993 as a voluntary standard, though officials made clear they hoped it would become ubiquitous. The administration argued that Clipper balanced security and law enforcement needs, allowing people to encrypt communications while preserving government access when legally authorized. The proposal included plans to pressure telecommunications companies to adopt Clipper and potentially restrict the use of non-escrowed encryption. The Clipper chip proposal triggered fierce opposition from cryptographers, computer scientists, privacy advocates, and much of the technology industry. Critics raised numerous objections. The skipjack algorithm was classified, preventing public analysis to verify its security. The key escrow system required trusting the government not to abuse access to escrowed keys. The escrow agencies might be compromised by foreign intelligence services or criminals. The system was voluntary in name but might become mandatory in practice. International customers would not trust American products with government backdoors, harming American technology companies. Fundamentally, critics argued that building surveillance capabilities into communications infrastructure weakened security for everyone. Matt Blaze, a computer scientist at AT&T Bell Labs, analyzed the Clipper chip in 1994 and discovered a serious vulnerability. The law enforcement access field that identified which escrowed keys to use could be manipulated, allowing users to communicate with Clipper chip devices while transmitting an invalid escrow field. This meant law enforcement with escrowed keys still could not decrypt the communication. Blaze published his findings, demonstrating that even the government's own key escrow system had fundamental design flaws. The Blaze paper damaged the Clipper chip's credibility and illustrated the difficulty of designing secure systems with deliberate backdoors. Ronald Rivest developed the RC4 stream cipher in 1987 for RSA data security. The algorithm was kept as a trade secret, but in 1994, someone anonymously posted source code to a mailing list claiming it was functionally equivalent to RC4. The posted algorithm, called ARC4 or alleged RC4, was analyzed by cryptographers who confirmed it produced identical output to the proprietary RC4. The algorithm became widely used in protocols like SSL and WEP, despite questions about whether the posted version was truly identical to the proprietary version. RC4's leak demonstrated the difficulty of keeping cryptographic algorithms secret once they were implemented in commercial products. The first Secure Sockets Layer Protocol, SSL2, was released by Netscape Communications in 1994. Netscape, founded in 1994, developed the Netscape Navigator web browser, which quickly dominated the emerging World Wide Web. SSL provided cryptographic security for web communications, allowing secure transmission of credit card numbers and other sensitive data. SSL negotiated encryption keys, authenticated servers using digital certificates, and encrypted data transmitted between web browsers and servers. Netscape included SSL in Navigator and encouraged websites to support secure connections. The little padlock icon, indicating a secure SSL connection, became a familiar symbol of Internet security. SSL initially used 40-bit encryption keys for the export version of Navigator due to US export control regulations that restricted exports of strong cryptography. The 40-bit key length was deliberately weak, breakable with modest computing resources. Domestic versions of Navigator used 128-bit keys, providing strong security. This dual system created security vulnerabilities since attackers could force connections to downgrade to 40-bit encryption. It also frustrated international users and companies who could not legally obtain strongly encrypted versions of American software. Netscape's implementation of SSL contained several security flaws in early versions. Researchers discovered that SSL2 was vulnerable to various attacks, leading to the development of SSL3 in 1996. Despite its problems, SSL represented a crucial step towards securing the web and demonstrated that cryptography could be deployed transparently to ordinary users who did not need to understand key exchange protocols or cipher algorithms. Users simply needed to know that the padlock icon meant their connection was secure. In 1994, Peter Shaw, a mathematician at AT&T Bell Labs, announced a quantum computing algorithm that could factor large numbers exponentially faster than the best-known classical algorithms. Shaw's algorithm meant that a sufficiently large quantum computer could break RSA and other public key crypto systems based on factoring or discrete logarithms. The algorithm also broke elliptic curve cryptography. Quantum computers remained theoretical in the 1990s, requiring technological advances far beyond existing capabilities. However, Shaw's algorithm demonstrated that the mathematical foundations of modern public key cryptography were potentially vulnerable to fundamentally new computing paradigms. Shaw's result sparked research into post-quantum cryptography, cryptographic algorithms resistant to quantum computer attacks. Researchers began exploring alternative mathematical foundations, including lattice-based cryptography, code-based cryptography, and hash-based signatures. In the 1990s, this work remained largely theoretical, since practical quantum computers seemed decades away. The discovery also prompted research into quantum cryptography, which used quantum mechanical principles to achieve security based on the laws of physics rather than computational assumptions. The concept of quantum key distribution had actually been invented by Stephen Wiesner in the late 1960s, but remained unpublished until 1983. Wiesner, then a graduate student at Columbia University, developed the idea of quantum conjugate coding, which used the principles of quantum mechanics to create money that could not be counterfeited. His paper was rejected by multiple journals as too speculative. In 1984, Charles Bennett of IBM and Gilles Brassard of the University of Montreal built on Wiesner's ideas to propose BB84, the first quantum key distribution protocol. BB84 allowed two parties to generate a shared secret key, by transmitting photons in different quantum states. Any attempt by an eavesdropper to intercept the photons would disturb their quantum states due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, revealing the presence of the eavesdropper. The protocol provided security based on the fundamental laws of quantum mechanics rather than on the difficulty of solving mathematical problems. Early experimental demonstrations of quantum key distribution in the late 1980s used photons sent through air over short distances. Throughout the 1990s, researchers extended the range of quantum key distribution systems and moved from free space transmission to fiber optic cables. By the end of the decade, quantum key distribution had been demonstrated over distances of several tens of kilometers. In 1995, the US government relaxed export controls on strong cryptography, though significant restrictions remained. The compromise limited unrestricted export to 56-bit symmetric key encryption, which was already known to be vulnerable to brute force attacks by well-funded organizations. Stronger encryption could be exported only with government approval on a case-by-case basis. The restrictions reflected the ongoing tension between law enforcement and intelligence agencies who wanted to maintain surveillance capabilities, and technology companies and civil liberties advocates who argued for strong encryption without backdoors. The debate continued throughout the late 1990s, with various proposals for key escrow systems that would give law enforcement access to encrypted communications. All such proposals faced fierce opposition from cryptographers who argued that backdoors inevitably weakened security for everyone, and that criminals and foreign adversaries would simply use encryption systems without backdoors. In 1996, Netscape Navigator 3 introduced support for the Secure Sockets Layer protocol, with 128-bit encryption for domestic use and 40-bit encryption for international use due to export restrictions. The arbitrary distinction highlighted the absurdity of export controls in an era when strong encryption algorithms were published in academic journals and freely available on the internet. A student at the University of California, Berkeley, demonstrated that 40-bit keys could be broken in a matter of hours using a network of workstations. The growing adoption of electronic commerce increased pressure to relax export controls. Online merchants needed strong encryption to protect credit card numbers and other sensitive customer information, but international customers were limited to weak encryption. In 1996, civil libertarians published cryptographic software as printed books, which could be exported freely under First Amendment protections, then scanned and converted back into usable programs. This demonstrated that export controls could not effectively restrict the spread of cryptographic knowledge. In 1997, the Advanced Encryption Standard process began when the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a public call for proposals to replace DES. NIST specified that the new standard must use a block size of 128 bits and support key sizes of 128, 192, and 256 bits. The algorithm must be publicly disclosed and available royalty-free worldwide. NIST also required thorough security analysis and performance testing on various hardware platforms. The transparent public process contrasted sharply with the secret development of DES 2 decades earlier. 15 algorithms were submitted by cryptographers from around the world. The submissions came from research teams in 11 countries, reflecting the international nature of cryptography research. NIST organized public workshops where submitters presented their algorithms and cryptographers attempted to find weaknesses. The process demonstrated how cryptography had evolved from a secretive government discipline to an open academic field with international collaboration. In 1998, the Electronic Frontier Foundation built a custom computer specifically designed to break DES encryption through brute force key search. The machine, called Deep Crack, contained thousands of custom chips that could test millions of keys per second. Working with distributed computing volunteers on the internet, Deep Crack broke a DES encrypted message in 56 hours. The following year, The time was reduced to 22 hours. These demonstrations proved conclusively that 56-bit DES was no longer secure against determined attackers with modest resources. The cost to build DeepCrack was approximately $250,000, well within the budget of organized crime, corporations, and certainly governments. This practical demonstration of DES vulnerability gave urgency to the advanced encryption standard process. In 1999, the National Institute of Standards and Technology narrowed the advanced encryption standard candidates to 5 finalists: Mars from IBM, RC6 from RSA Security, Rindael from Belgian cryptographers Joan Damon and Vincent Rijgeman, Serpent from Ross Anderson, Eli Beam and Lars Knudsen, and Twofish from Bruce Schneier's team. Each algorithm underwent intensive analysis by cryptographers worldwide. Researchers published papers analyzing the mathematical properties of each candidate, testing their resistance to various forms of cryptanalysis, and measuring their performance on different platforms. The process was entirely transparent, with all analysis published openly and discussed at public workshops. In 1999, the US government significantly relaxed export controls on encryption after years of pressure from industry and civil liberties groups. The new regulations allowed export of strong encryption to most countries without individual licensing requirements, though restrictions remained for terrorist-supporting states. This change acknowledged both the reality that strong encryption was already available worldwide and the economic damage export controls caused to American technology companies. Foreign competitors had gained market share by offering products with strong encryption, while American companies were handicapped by export limits. The relaxation of export controls also reflected the growing consensus that strong encryption was necessary for electronic commerce, and that attempting to limit its spread was futile. The year 2000 began with fears that Y2K computer problems might disrupt critical infrastructure. Cryptographic systems generally avoided Y2K issues since they operated on binary data rather than date representations, but certificate validity dates and timestamp protocols required attention. The transition to the new millennium occurred without major cryptographic failures. In October 2000, the National Institute of Standards and Technology announced that Rindael had been selected as the advanced encryption standard. The algorithm, designed by Joan Damon and Vincent Rijgeman, was chosen for its combination of security, performance, and flexibility. Rindael used a substitution permutation network structure operating on blocks of 128 bits. The algorithm performed multiple rounds of substitution, permutation, mixing, and key addition operations. The number of rounds depended on key size: 10 rounds for 128-bit keys, 12 for 192-bit keys, and 14 for 256-bit keys. The algorithm was designed to be efficient in both hardware and software implementations, and resistant to all known forms of cryptanalysis, including differential and linear cryptanalysis. The selection process demonstrated the strength of open cryptographic research. Unlike DES, which had faced decades of suspicion about potential NSA backdoors, AES emerged from a completely transparent process with years of public analysis. No significant weaknesses had been found, despite intense scrutiny by the world's best cryptographers. In November 2001, after additional public comment, AES was published as Federal Information Processing Standard 197. The standard was adopted rapidly by government agencies and commercial organizations worldwide. AES became the most widely used encryption algorithm in history, protecting everything from wireless networks to hard disk encryption to classified government communications. Research in cryptography continued to expand beyond confidentiality to address other security requirements. Digital signature algorithms provided authentication and non-repudiation. Hash functions created fixed-size fingerprints of data that could detect tampering. Key establishment protocols allowed parties to agree on encryption keys over insecure channels. Zero-knowledge proofs enabled one party to prove knowledge of information without revealing the information itself. These cryptographic primitives became building blocks for complex security protocols. In 2001, the skipjack algorithm, developed by NSA in the 1980s for the Clipper chip, was declassified after the Clipper chip program's failure. Cryptographers immediately began analyzing the algorithm and found that while it had no obvious backdoors, its 80-bit key size was insufficient for long-term security. The declassification allowed the cryptographic community to study NSA's design approach. Skipjack used an unbalanced Feistel network with 32 rounds, showing that NSA favored conservative designs with large safety margins. The September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks prompted renewed debate about encryption and law enforcement access. Intelligence and law enforcement agencies argued that terrorists and criminals used encryption to evade surveillance. Privacy advocates countered that strong encryption was essential for protecting critical infrastructure, financial systems, and personal privacy, and that creating backdoors would harm security without preventing determined criminals from using foreign encryption products. The debate replayed arguments from the crypto wars of the 1990s without reaching new conclusions. Most cryptographers maintained that backdoors inevitably weakened security for everyone, and that mathematical reality did not bend to policy preferences. In 2004, researchers discovered weaknesses in the widely used MD5 hash function. Hash functions take arbitrary length input and produce fixed size output, with the requirement that finding two different inputs producing the same output should be computationally infeasible. MD5, designed by Ronald Rivest in 1991, produced 128-bit hash values and was used extensively for digital signatures, password verification, and data integrity checking. The attacks demonstrated that MD5 collisions could be found far faster than brute force searching would require. While these attacks did not immediately break all uses of MD5, they demonstrated that the hash function did not provide the security level required for cryptographic applications. Cryptographers recommended migrating to stronger hash functions from the SHA family, particularly SHA-256. The MD5 breaks demonstrated the importance of cryptanalysis and the need to retire cryptographic algorithms when weaknesses emerged, even if those weaknesses had not yet led to practical attacks on deployed systems. In 2005, researchers extended the collision attacks to SHA-1, a widely deployed hash function designed by NSA and standardized by NIST in 1993. SHA-1 produced 160-bit hash values and was used in digital signature algorithms, certificate validation, software integrity verification, and countless other security applications. The theoretical collision attacks against SHA, one could find collisions with approximately 2 to the power of 63 operations, rather than the 2 to the power of 80 operations that would be required for brute force search. While 2 to the power of 63 operations remained beyond the capabilities of ordinary attackers, the security margin was uncomfortably small and shrinking as computers became faster. NIST recommended that organizations begin migrating from SHA-1 to the stronger SHA-2 family of hash functions, including SHA-224, SHA-256, SHA-384, and SHA-512. These functions used similar design principles to SHA-1, but with larger internal state and longer hash outputs. The SHA-1 breaks demonstrated that even well-designed cryptographic algorithms had finite lifetimes and needed to be replaced as cryptanalytic techniques improved and computing power increased. The mid-2000s saw widespread deployment of wireless networking using the IEEE 802.11 standards. The original wired equivalent privacy protocol used RC4 stream cipher with 40 or 104-bit keys to protect wireless communications. In 2001, cryptographers discovered serious weaknesses in WEP. The protocol reused initialization vectors, short values, combined with the key to prevent keystream reuse. With only 24 bits, initialization vectors repeated frequently on busy networks, cryptanalysts could exploit repeated initialization vectors to recover the encryption key. Additional weaknesses in how WEP used RC4 made attacks easier. by 2005, widely available tools allowed anyone to break WEP encryption in minutes. The wireless security failure illustrated the dangers of amateur cryptography and the importance of careful protocol design. Simply using a strong cipher was insufficient if the protocol using it had flaws. In 2003, the Wi-Fi Protected Access Protocol replaced WEP as an interim security measure, while a more comprehensive standard was developed. WPA used the Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, which continued using RC4 for backward compatibility with existing hardware, but added per-packet key mixing and message integrity checking to prevent attacks that worked against WEP. In 2004, WPA2 was introduced using AES encryption, with the counter mode with Cipher blockchaining message authentication code protocol. WPA2 provided strong security when used with long, random passwords, though it remained vulnerable to offline dictionary attacks against weak passwords. The evolution from WEP to WPA2 demonstrated the difficulty of securing wireless communications and the need for cryptographic protocols to evolve as attacks improved. In 2007, NIST announced a competition to develop SHA-3, a new cryptographic hash function to complement the SHA-2 family. The decision was prompted by the attacks on MD5 and SHA-1, which suggested that hash functions based on the Merkle-Damgard construction might have fundamental weaknesses. NIST specified that SHA-3 should provide security levels equivalent to SHA-2, but use a different design approach to provide diversity. If a weakness were discovered in SHA-2, SHA-3 would provide an alternative. The SHA-3 competition followed the model established by the Advanced Encryption Standard process, with public submissions, open analysis, and transparent selection criteria. 64 algorithms were submitted from cryptographers around the world. The submissions used diverse design approaches, including sponge constructions, wide pipe designs, and novel mathematical structures. NIST organized public workshops where submitters presented their designs and cryptographers discussed strengths and weaknesses. Bitcoin emerged in 2009 with the publication of a paper by an anonymous person or group using the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto. The paper described a decentralized digital currency based on cryptographic proof rather than trust in central authorities. Bitcoin combines several cryptographic technologies, digital signatures using elliptic curve cryptography to authenticate transactions, cryptographic hash functions to create an immutable chain of transaction blocks, and proof of work to establish consensus without central coordination. The blockchain data structure used cryptographic hash pointers to create an append-only ledger where changing historical transactions would require recomputing an enormous amount of proof of work. Bitcoin demonstrated that cryptography could enable not just secure communication, but entirely new economic systems. The cryptocurrency used the SHA-256 hash function extensively, both for creating addresses and for the proof-of-work mining process. Bitcoin transactions were authenticated using the elliptic curve digital signature algorithm with the SECP-256K1 curve. The success of Bitcoin sparked thousands of alternative cryptocurrencies and blockchain applications. While many such projects had little technical merit, the underlying cryptographic innovations proved valuable. Researchers developed improved consensus algorithms, more efficient signature schemes, and zero-knowledge proof systems that allowed proving properties of encrypted data without revealing the data. Ring signatures provided anonymity by proving a signature came from one member of a group without revealing which member. Threshold signatures allowed groups to collectively sign transactions with no single point of failure. These cryptographic techniques found applications beyond cryptocurrencies in voting systems, supply chain tracking, and decentralized identity management. In 2012, NIST selected Keccak as the winner of the SHA-3 competition. Keccak, designed by a team including Guido Bertoni, Joan Damon, Michael Peters, and Gilles Van Ache, used the sponge construction, a fundamentally different approach from the Merkle-Damgard construction underlying SHA-2. The sponge construction absorbed input data into a large internal state through a permutation function, then squeezed output by repeatedly applying the permutation and extracting output bits. Kekak's design provided flexibility in output length and security level. NIST standardized SHA-3 with output sizes matching the SHA-2 family. SHA-3 224, SHA-3 256, SHA-3 384, and SHA-3 512. The standardization of SHA-3 gave cryptographers two independent hash function families, providing resilience against cryptanalytic breakthroughs. In 2013, documents leaked by Edward Snowden, a former NSA contractor, revealed extensive electronic surveillance programs by the United States and allied intelligence agencies. The revelations included evidence that NSA had deliberately weakened cryptographic standards, inserted backdoors into commercial products, and conducted sophisticated attacks against encrypted communications. One disclosed program involved NSA paying RSA Security $10 million to make dual EC DRBG, a cryptographically weak random number generator, the default in their products. Cryptographers had identified weaknesses in dual EC-DRBG years earlier, pointing out that the algorithm's design allowed someone who knew certain secret parameters to predict future outputs. The Snowden documents confirmed that NSA had designed dual EC-DRBG with a backdoor and successfully deployed it in commercial products. The revelations severely damaged trust in NSA and in standards processes where NSA participated. Cryptographers called for greater transparency in standards development and increased scrutiny of contributions from intelligence agencies. The Snowden revelations also disclosed that NSA systematically worked to weaken encryption through the Bull Run program, which included efforts to insert vulnerabilities into commercial encryption products, influence standards bodies, and stockpile zero-day exploits for attacking cryptographic implementations. The parallel British program was called Edgerhill. These programs operated for years with substantial budgets. The disclosures prompted major technology companies to strengthen encryption in their products and reduce cooperation with intelligence agencies. Apple, Google, and other companies began encrypting user data with keys held only by users, making it impossible for the companies to comply with government data requests, even if legally compelled. Messaging applications adopted end-to-end encryption, where only the communicating parties held decryption keys. The Snowden revelations accelerated the widespread deployment of strong encryption and marked a turning point in the relationship between government intelligence agencies and the technology industry. The post-Snowden era brought renewed focus on the mathematics underlying public key cryptography and the search for quantum-resistant alternatives. The cryptographic community recognized that while quantum computers remained years or decades away from practical implementation, the development of post-quantum cryptography needed to begin immediately because encrypted data intercepted today could be stored and decrypted once quantum computers became available. This threat scenario, called Harvest Now, Decrypt Later, meant that information requiring long-term confidentiality needed protection against future quantum attacks immediately. The National Institute of Standards and Technology initiated a formal process in 2016 to solicit, evaluate, and standardize quantum-resistant public key cryptographic algorithms. The NIST post-quantum cryptography standardization process received 69 submissions from cryptographers worldwide. The submissions represented various mathematical approaches to creating cryptographic systems that would resist attacks from both classical and quantum computers. The main categories included lattice-based cryptography, code-based cryptography, multivariate polynomial cryptography, hash-based signatures, and isogeny-based cryptography. Each approach relied on mathematical problems believed to be difficult for quantum computers to solve. Lattice-based cryptography became one of the most promising approaches for post-quantum systems. Lattices are mathematical structures consisting of regularly spaced points extending infinitely in multiple dimensions. The security of lattice-based cryptography relies on problems like the shortest vector problem and the closest vector problem, which involve finding the shortest or closest point in a high-dimensional lattice. These problems appear to be difficult for both classical and quantum computers when the lattice dimension is sufficiently large. Ring learning with errors, or ring LWE, emerged as a particularly efficient variant of lattice-based cryptography suitable for practical implementation. The learning with errors problem involves solving systems of linear equations where each equation has been perturbed by a small random error. The ring variant introduces additional mathematical structure that allows more efficient computation while maintaining security. Multiple NIST candidates used ring LWE or related lattice problems as their security foundation. Code-based cryptography traces its origins to the work of Robert McAleese in 1978. McAleese proposed a public key crypto system based on the difficulty of decoding a general linear error-correcting code. Error-correcting codes add redundancy to messages so that errors introduced during transmission can be detected and corrected. Decoding a corrupted message when you do not know the specific structure of the code is computationally difficult. The McAleese crypto system uses a special type of code called a Gopher code that has a hidden structure allowing efficient decoding with the private key, but appears to be a random code to anyone with only the public key. The McAleese cryptosystem had survived nearly 40 years of cryptanalysis without significant weaknesses being found, making it one of the oldest and most conservative choices for post-quantum cryptography. Its main disadvantage was large key sizes, with public keys requiring hundreds of kilobytes or even megabytes of storage. Multivariate polynomial cryptography bases its security on the difficulty of solving systems of multivariate polynomial equations over finite fields. The problem of solving such systems is known to be NP-hard in the general case. A typical multivariate scheme might use dozens of variables and dozens of polynomial equations, each containing hundreds of terms. The private key contains information about the special structure of these equations that allows efficient solution, while the public key presents only the equations themselves without revealing their structure. Several multivariate signature schemes were submitted to the NIST competition. Hash-based signatures represented another conservative approach to post-quantum cryptography. These schemes built signature systems using only cryptographic hash functions as their underlying primitive. The security of hash-based signatures relies solely on the properties of the hash function, specifically its resistance to finding collisions and pre-images. Lamport signatures, invented by Leslie Lamport in 1979, provided the foundation for hash-based signature schemes. A Lamport signature system generates a new key pair for each message signed, making it inefficient for practical use. However, subsequent innovations, including Merkle signature schemes developed by Ralph Merkle in 1979, allowed reuse of keys across many signatures by organizing Lamport key pairs into a tree structure. The XMSS and Sphinx signature schemes submitted to NIST represented the state-of-the-art in hash-based signatures, offering strong security guarantees with relatively efficient performance. Isogeny-based cryptography emerged as the newest approach among the NIST candidates. This approach bases its security on the difficulty of finding isogenies, which are specific types of mathematical mappings between elliptic curves. Supersingular isogeny Diffie Hellman, or SIDH, was proposed in 2011 and offered the smallest key sizes among post-quantum algorithms. The mathematics underlying isogeny-based cryptography is highly specialized, and the approach had received less cryptanalytic attention than other post-quantum methods. The NIST standardization process proceeded in multiple rounds, with each round involving extensive cryptanalysis by the international cryptographic community. Candidates were evaluated based on security, performance, key sizes, ciphertext sizes, and implementation characteristics. The first round concluded in 2019, with 26 candidates advancing to the second round. The diversity of mathematical approaches reflected both the uncertainty about which problems would ultimately prove most resistant to quantum attack and the different performance trade-offs required for various applications. During the same period, improvements in classical cryptography continued. authenticated encryption schemes that simultaneously provided confidentiality and authenticity became widely deployed. The Caesar competition, which ran from 2014 to 2019, evaluated authenticated encryption algorithms, much as the AES competition had evaluated block ciphers. The winning algorithms included Acorn, Ascon, Aegis, Morus, OCB, Colm, and Deoxys for different use cases. Authenticated encryption with associated data, or AEAD, became the standard approach for secure communication, as it prevented attacks that could occur when encryption and authentication were implemented separately. The CHA-2 zero-stream cipher paired with the Poly 1305 authenticator became a popular alternative to AES, particularly in mobile devices and other environments where AES hardware acceleration was unavailable. CHA-2 was designed by Daniel Bernstein in 2008 as a variant of his earlier Salsa 2.0 cipher. Unlike AES, CHA-2 was specifically designed to run efficiently in software on general-purpose processors. Google adopted CHA-2 Poly 1305 for use in Chrome and Android, and the Internet Engineering Task Force standardized it for use in TLS. The Transport Layer Security Protocol underwent continued development with TLS 1.3 published in 2018. TLS 1.3 removed support for older, insecure cryptographic algorithms and simplified the protocol handshake, reducing both complexity and latency. The new version required forward secrecy for all connections, preventing decryption of past communications even if long-term keys were later compromised. TLS 1.3 also encrypted more of the handshake metadata, reducing the information available to network observers. The protocol required only 2 round-trip messages to establish a secure connection under normal circumstances, and supported 0 round-trip time resumption, allowing previously connected parties to send encrypted application data immediately. The development of TLS 1.3 involved unprecedented public collaboration between academic cryptographers, industry practitioners, and implementers, with the protocol design discussed openly on public mailing lists and with formal security proofs published for key components. Blockchain, technology, and cryptocurrencies brought cryptographic concepts to mainstream attention in a new context. Bitcoin, introduced in 2009 by the pseudonymous Satoshi Nakamoto, used cryptographic hash functions and digital signatures as core components of its decentralized ledger system. The blockchain data structure linked blocks of transactions together using cryptographic hashes, making it computationally infeasible to alter past transactions without detection. Bitcoin addresses were derived from public keys using hash functions, and spending Bitcoin required providing a digital signature proving knowledge of the corresponding private key. The elliptic curve digital signature algorithm, using the SECP 256K1 curve, provided the signature scheme. Bitcoin mining, the process by which new transactions were added to the blockchain, required finding inputs that produced hash values meeting specific numerical criteria, effectively a proof-of-work system. The mining process consumed enormous amounts of computational power, with miners performing trillions of hash computations per second in competition to solve cryptographic puzzles. Subsequent cryptocurrencies and blockchain platforms explored alternative cryptographic constructions. Ethereum, launched in 2015, used similar cryptographic primitives to Bitcoin, but added a virtual machine for executing smart contracts. Zero-knowledge proofs found application in privacy-focused cryptocurrencies like Zcash, launched in 2016. Zcash implemented ZK snarks, zero-knowledge succinct, non-interactive arguments of knowledge, allowing transaction validity to be verified without revealing transaction details, including sender, recipient, or amount. The ZK snark construction required a trusted setup ceremony to generate public parameters. The Zcash team conducted an elaborate multi-party computation ceremony involving multiple participants across the globe to generate these parameters in a way that would remain secure as long as at least one participant honestly destroyed their portion of the secret randomness. This ceremony illustrated both the power and the complexity of advanced cryptographic constructions. Ring signatures and stealth addresses provided alternative approaches to transaction privacy in cryptocurrencies like Monero. Ring signatures allowed a transaction to be signed by one member of a group without revealing which member produced the signature, hiding the true sender among a set of decoys. Stealth addresses generated unique, unlinkable addresses for each transaction, preventing observers from linking multiple payments to the same recipient. Confidential transactions, developed by Gregory Maxwell and Adam Back, used cryptographic commitments to hide transaction amounts while still allowing verification that inputs equaled outputs. These advanced cryptographic techniques demonstrated that cryptocurrency systems could provide strong privacy guarantees, though often with trade-offs in performance and blockchain size. The cryptographic research community continued making progress on long-standing theoretical questions. Indistinguishability, obfuscation, a theoretical form of program obfuscation that would make programs unintelligible while preserving their functionality, saw significant theoretical advances in the 2010s. The first candidate construction for indistinguishability obfuscation was proposed by Sanjam Garg, Craig Gentry, Shai Halevi, Mariana Rykova, Amit Sahai, and Brent Waters in 2013. Indistinguishability obfuscation would have dramatic implications if practical, as it could potentially be used to construct many other cryptographic primitives, including fully homomorphic encryption, deniable encryption, and even one-way functions. However, the initial constructions were far too inefficient for practical use, and their security assumptions remained subject to debate. Research continued on improving efficiency and basing constructions on more conservative assumptions. Fully homomorphic encryption made significant progress toward practicality. Following Gentry's initial breakthrough in 2009, researchers developed more efficient schemes based on different mathematical assumptions. The BGV scheme, proposed by Zvika Brakaski, Craig Gentry, and Vinod Vaikuntanathan in 2011, and the BFV scheme by Yunfeng Fan and Frederick Vercauteren in 2012, both based on ring learning with errors, offered improved performance. The CKKS scheme, developed by Yong-Hee Cheon, Andre Kim, Miran Kim, and Yong-Soo Song in 2017, introduced approximate arithmetic on encrypted data, allowing efficient computation on encrypted real numbers with controlled precision loss. This was particularly valuable for machine learning applications where exact arithmetic was not required. By the late 2010s, fully homomorphic encryption had progressed from theoretical curiosity to the verge of practical deployment for specific applications, though performance remained orders of magnitude slower than computation on unencrypted data. Secure multi-party computation also advanced significantly. Practical protocols emerged for specific applications like privacy, preserving auctions, surveys, and data analysis. The SPDZ protocol, pronounced SPEEDS, and developed by Ivan Damgard, Marcel Keller, Enrique Laraya, Valerio Pastro, Peter Scholl, and Nigel Smart in 2012, provided information theoretic security against active adversaries who might deviate from the protocol. SPDZ and its successors demonstrated that secure multi-party computation could achieve reasonable performance for problems involving moderate amounts of data. Companies began offering secure computation as a service, allowing organizations to jointly analyze sensitive data without revealing their individual inputs to each other or to the service provider. Differential privacy emerged as a rigorous mathematical framework for privacy-preserving data analysis. Developed by Cynthia Dwork, Frank McSherry, Kobi Nissim, and Adam Smith in 2006, differential privacy provided formal guarantees that the output of a database query would be nearly identical whether any individual's data was included or not. Protecting individual privacy even in the presence of arbitrary auxiliary information. Differential privacy systems added carefully calibrated random noise to query results to achieve this guarantee. The framework allowed quantification of the privacy loss from multiple queries and composition of differentially private mechanisms. The U.S. Census Bureau adopted differential privacy for the 2020 census, marking the first large-scale deployment of the technique in an official government statistical publication. Major technology companies, including Google, Apple, and Microsoft, incorporated differential privacy into various products for collecting usage statistics while protecting user privacy. Messaging applications widely adopted end-to-end encryption in the wake of the Snowden revelations. The Signal protocol, developed by Moxie Marlinspike and Trevor Perrin, became the de facto standard for secure messaging. Signal combined the double ratchet algorithm for forward secrecy and post-compromise security with the X3DH key agreement protocol for asynchronous communication and the Sesame algorithm for managing group conversations. The double ratchet algorithm continuously derived new encryption keys using a combination of Diffie Hellman ratchets, which updated based on new Diffie Hellman exchanges, and symmetric key ratchets based on key derivation functions. This construction ensured that compromise of encryption keys would not compromise past or future messages. WhatsApp adopted the Signal protocol in 2016, bringing end-to-end encryption to over 1 billion users. Facebook, Messenger, and Google followed with their own Signal protocol implementations. The widespread deployment of end-to-end encrypted messaging marked a significant shift in the security posture of everyday communications. However, the proliferation of strong encryption prompted renewed calls from law enforcement and intelligence agencies for exceptional access mechanisms, sometimes called backdoors. Officials argued that strong encryption hindered investigations into terrorism, child exploitation, and other serious crimes. The debate, often framed as "going dark," echoed the earlier crypto wars of the 1990s, but in a context where encryption was already widely deployed in commercial products. Cryptographers and security experts largely opposed exceptional access mechanisms, arguing that any backdoor that allowed access for lawful purposes would inevitably weaken security against malicious attackers. A report by a group of prominent cryptographers and security experts in 2015 examined the technical feasibility and security implications of exceptional access systems and concluded that the risks outweighed the prominent benefits. The debate continued across multiple countries, with different governments proposing various regulatory approaches. Australia passed the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Act in 2018, giving the government power to compel technology companies to provide assistance in accessing encrypted communications. The law's broad language raised concerns about whether it effectively required companies to introduce vulnerabilities into their products. The European Union considered various regulations addressing encryption while balancing security and privacy interests. Some countries, including Russia and China, implemented aggressive requirements for access to encrypted communications, demanding that service providers either provide decryption capabilities or store encryption keys where authorities could access them. These varying national approaches created challenges for global technology companies and raised questions about whether strong encryption could remain universally available. The tension between different national regulatory approaches to encryption highlighted a fundamental challenge in the Internet age, where communications crossed borders instantly while legal jurisdictions remained territorial. Companies operating globally faced the dilemma of whether to implement different security standards in different countries or to maintain uniform strong encryption worldwide and potentially face legal consequences in some jurisdictions. Apple, when faced with demands from the Chinese government regarding data storage and access, made different choices than it had made in the United States, agreeing to store Chinese user data on servers within China operated by a Chinese company. These compromises illustrated how encryption policy could not be separated from broader questions of digital sovereignty and global power dynamics. Privacy advocates argued that weakening encryption anywhere weakened it everywhere, since vulnerabilities introduced for one government's access could potentially be discovered and exploited by other governments or criminal organizations. Meanwhile, the technical development of cryptographic systems continued advancing independently of the policy debates. Elliptic curve cryptography gained widespread adoption in the 2000s and 2010s for applications requiring high security with computational efficiency. The mathematics of elliptic curves allowed for shorter keys that provided equivalent security to much longer RSA keys. A 256-bit elliptic curve key provided security roughly equivalent to a 3072-bit RSA key, making elliptic curve systems attractive for mobile devices and other resource-constrained environments. The National Institute of Standards and Technology had standardized several elliptic curve systems in the late 1990s and early 2000s. However, revelations in the Snowden documents raised concerns about some elliptic curve parameters that NSA had promoted. Specifically, the dual elliptic curve deterministic random bit generator, an NSA-designed cryptographic algorithm standardized by NIST in 2006, was suspected of containing a backdoor that would allow NSA to break cryptography that relied on it. The algorithm was withdrawn from the standard in 2014 after security researchers demonstrated that it contained a potential weakness that could only be exploited by someone who knew a secret number built into the PM algorithm's design. This controversy damaged trust in cryptographic standards and led to increased scrutiny of the standards development process. The cryptographic community pushed for more transparent and verifiable design processes and greater reliance on algorithms whose security properties could be proven mathematically rather than simply validated through peer review. Researchers also developed new cryptographic protocols addressing specific security challenges in modern computing environments. Forward secrecy became a standard feature in secure communication protocols. Forward secrecy ensured that compromise of long-term keys would not allow an attacker to decrypt previously recorded communications. Systems with forward secrecy used ephemeral session keys that were discarded after use, so that even if an attacker later compromised a server's long-term private key, they could not go back and decrypt past sessions. The perfect forward secrecy extension to TLS implemented this approach. Signal Protocol, developed by Open Whisper Systems and incorporated into WhatsApp, Signal, and other messaging applications, implemented forward secrecy, along with other properties, including protection against key compromise, impersonation. Signal Protocol used a complex key derivation system called the double ratchet algorithm that continuously generated new keys from previous ones in a way that prevented compromise of current keys from compromising past or future keys. When WhatsApp implemented end-to-end encryption using Signal Protocol for all its users in 2016, it meant that over 1 billion people were using strong end-to-end encryption by default, representing an unprecedented democratization of cryptographic protection. The proliferation of encrypted communications created new challenges for signal intelligence agencies whose traditional approach had relied on intercepting and decrypting communications. Intelligence agencies adapted by shifting resources toward attacks that targeted endpoints rather than communications channels. Malware that infected devices before encryption was applied or after it was removed allowed intelligence services to bypass encryption entirely. The NSA and its counterparts in other countries developed sophisticated exploit capabilities targeting operating systems, applications, and hardware. The leak of NSA hacking tools by a group calling itself the Shadow Brokers in 2016 and 2017 revealed the scope of NSA's offensive cyber capabilities. The leaked tools included exploits for vulnerabilities in Windows and other widely used systems. Some of these exploits were subsequently used by criminals and other nation-state actors, including in the WannaCry ransomware attack in May 2017 that affected hundreds of thousands of computers in over 150 countries. The incident illustrated the risks of intelligence agencies stockpiling knowledge of vulnerabilities rather than reporting them to vendors for patching. It also demonstrated how tools developed for intelligence purposes could escape control and cause widespread collateral damage. The WannaCry attack and other ransomware incidents of the mid-2010s brought malicious uses of cryptography to public attention in new ways. Ransomware encrypted victims' files using strong cryptographic algorithms, then demanded payment in cryptocurrency for the decryption key. The attacks affected hospitals, businesses, government agencies, and individuals. The cryptography used in ransomware was often implemented correctly from a technical standpoint, meaning that victims had no way to recover their files without either paying the ransom or restoring from backups. The rise of ransomware demonstrated that cryptography was a dual-use technology that could protect both legitimate privacy and criminal activity. Law enforcement faced significant challenges in investigating ransomware attacks because the criminals operated internationally and received payment in cryptocurrencies that provided some degree of anonymity. The Bitcoin blockchain recorded all transactions permanently, but the identities behind Bitcoin addresses were not necessarily known. Investigators developed blockchain analysis techniques to trace cryptocurrency flows, and in some cases, successfully identified and prosecuted ransomware operators. But the overall volume of ransomware attacks continued to grow. Cryptocurrencies themselves represented a major application of cryptographic techniques to create decentralized digital money. Bitcoin, introduced by the pseudonymous Satoshi Nakamoto in a white paper published in October 2008, combined several cryptographic and distributed systems techniques to create a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Bitcoin used public key cryptography to control ownership of coins, cryptographic hash functions to link transactions into an immutable blockchain, and a proof-of-work system to achieve distributed consensus. The proof-of-work system required miners to solve computationally difficult problems based on finding hash values with specific properties, making it expensive to create false transaction histories. Bitcoin began operating in January 2009 and gradually gained adoption first among cryptography enthusiasts and then more broadly. By the mid-2010s, Bitcoin had spawned an ecosystem of thousands of alternative cryptocurrencies and blockchain-based systems. Ethereum, launched in 2015, extended the blockchain concept to support programmable smart contracts that could implement complex financial instruments and other applications using cryptographic protocols. The cryptographic security of blockchain systems became a matter of financial importance as the total value locked in cryptocurrencies grew to hundreds of billions of dollars. Researchers identified various attacks on blockchain systems, including 51% attacks where an attacker controlling a majority of mining power could manipulate transaction history, and vulnerabilities in smart contract implementations that allowed theft of funds. The DAO attack in June 2016 exploited a vulnerability in an Ethereum smart contract to drain approximately $60 million worth of Ether, leading to a controversial hard fork of the Ethereum blockchain. Cryptographic research in the 2010s addressed quantum computing threats with increasing urgency as quantum computers advanced from theoretical constructs to functioning laboratory devices. The National Institute of Standards and Technology initiated a post-quantum cryptography standardization process in 2016, inviting submission of quantum-resistant cryptographic algorithms. 69 candidate algorithms were submitted in the first round. These candidates represented several different mathematical approaches to post-quantum cryptography, including lattice-based cryptography, code-based cryptography, multivariate polynomial cryptography, hash-based signatures, and others. Each approach relied on mathematical problems believed to be hard even for quantum computers. Lattice-based cryptography used problems related to finding short vectors in high-dimensional lattices. The learning with errors problem, introduced by Oded Regev in 2005, became a foundation for many lattice-based systems. Code-based cryptography descended from the Macaleese cryptosystem developed in 1978 which was based on the difficulty of decoding general linear codes. Hash-based signature schemes used only cryptographic hash functions, avoiding reliance on number theory problems vulnerable to quantum attack. NIST planned a multi-year evaluation process, examining the security, performance, and implementation properties of the candidate algorithms. The prospect of quantum computing also motivated research on quantum cryptography based on quantum key distribution. Quantum key distribution used properties of quantum mechanics to detect eavesdropping attempts. The BB84 protocol, developed by Charles Bennett and Gilles Brassard in 1984, allowed two parties to establish a shared secret key over a quantum channel in such a way that any attempt to intercept the key would introduce detectable errors due to the quantum no-cloning theorem and measurement disturbance. Quantum key distribution systems were demonstrated in laboratory settings in the 1990s and gradually progressed toward practical deployment. Commercial quantum key distribution systems became available in the 2000s, though their adoption remained limited due to cost and technical requirements. Quantum key distribution required specialized hardware, including single photon sources or weak coherent light sources and single photon detectors. It was limited to relatively short distances in optical fiber, typically under a few hundred kilometers, though satellite-based quantum key distribution could potentially extend this range. China launched the MICIUS quantum communications satellite in August 2016 and demonstrated satellite-based quantum key distribution over distances exceeding 1,000 kilometers in June 2050. 17. The Chinese government invested heavily in quantum communication infrastructure, building the Beijing to Shanghai quantum network that became operational in 2017. This network used trusted repeater nodes to extend quantum key distribution across longer distances. The development of quantum repeaters that could extend quantum key distribution distances without trusted intermediaries remained an active research challenge. The security of quantum key distribution systems depended on both quantum physics and the implementation details of real hardware. Researchers identified various attacks on practical quantum key distribution implementations that exploited imperfections in components like single photon detectors. These attacks did not violate the theoretical security guarantees of quantum key distribution protocols, but rather exploited gaps between the theoretical model and physical reality. The field of quantum hacking developed to study such attacks, and countermeasures were developed, including measurement device-independent quantum key distribution protocols that removed certain assumptions about detector behavior. The practical security of quantum key distribution remained a subject of ongoing research and debate, with some experts arguing that it offered meaningful security advantages for certain high-value applications, while others questioned whether its benefits justified its cost compared to post-quantum classical cryptography. Advances in classical cryptanalysis continued alongside quantum computing research. Improvements in computational power and algorithms allowed cryptanalysts to break increasingly large keys. A 768-bit RSA key was factored in 2009 by researchers using the general number field sieve, a distributed computational effort that consumed approximately 2,000 years of computing time on a single-core 2.2 GHz processor. The factorization confirmed that 768-bit RSA keys no longer provided adequate security and reinforced recommendations to use at least 2048-bit RSA keys for long-term security. Research on the discrete logarithm problem, which underlies other public key systems, showed similar progress. In 2013, researchers computed discrete logarithms in a 1019-bit finite field, and subsequent work extended this to larger fields. These advances did not break cryptographic systems using recommended key sizes, but they reduced security margins and informed recommendations about key lengths. Cryptanalysis of symmetric ciphers also advanced. The AES encryption standard, while remaining secure against known attacks, was the subject of continuous cryptanalytic research. Researchers discovered related key attacks and other theoretical weaknesses that reduced the security margin of AES below the originally claimed strength, though none of these attacks threatened the practical security of AES when used correctly. For AES, with 128-bit keys, the best-known attacks required computational effort around 2 to the 126 power, still far beyond any practical capability. Nevertheless, these theoretical advances kept cryptographers vigilant about potential future threats. The cryptographic community developed better practices for secure implementation of cryptographic algorithms. Side-channel attacks that exploited information leaked through timing, power consumption, electromagnetic radiation, or other physical characteristics remained a persistent threat. Researchers demonstrated side-channel attacks that could extract secret keys from smart cards, cryptographic hardware modules, and software implementations. Timing attacks exploited variations in execution time that correlated with secret key bits. Cache timing attacks used the behavior of CPU caches to infer information about cryptographic operations. Power analysis attacks measured the power consumption of devices during cryptographic operations and used statistical techniques to recover secret keys. Countermeasures against side-channel attacks required careful implementation at both hardware and software levels. Constant time implementations ensured that execution time did not depend on secret values. Masking techniques randomized intermediate values during computation to decorrelate power consumption from secret data. Hardware designers incorporated countermeasures into cryptographic accelerators and secure elements. The NIST lightweight cryptography standardization process, launched in 2018, addressed the specific needs of resource-constrained devices in the Internet of Things. As billions of devices with limited computational power and energy budgets became connected, they needed cryptographic protection, but could not necessarily support standard algorithms like AES efficiently. Lightweight cryptography aimed to provide security with minimal resource requirements. The standardization process evaluated algorithms based on their security, performance on constrained devices, and resistance to side-channel attacks. Candidates included block ciphers, stream ciphers, authenticated encryption schemes, and hash functions optimized for small hardware implementations or low energy consumption. The role of open-source cryptographic software grew increasingly important. Libraries like OpenSSL, which implemented SSL and TLS protocols, along with numerous cryptographic algorithms, became critical infrastructure for Internet security. The discovery of the Heartbleed vulnerability in OpenSSL in April 2014 shocked the security community. The vulnerability, a bounds-checking error in OpenSSL's implementation of the TLS heartbeat extension, allowed attackers to read memory from servers running vulnerable versions, potentially exposing secret keys, passwords, and other sensitive data. The vulnerability had existed in OpenSSL for over 2 years and affected a large fraction of secure websites. The Heartbleed incident highlighted risks in the open-source security ecosystem, where critical software was often maintained by small teams with limited resources. In response, the Linux Foundation launched the Core Infrastructure Initiative to fund critical open-source security projects. Increased attention was paid to funding and auditing security-critical open-source software. Additional cryptographic vulnerabilities discovered in the 2010s reinforced the difficulty of secure implementation. The Drown attack, announced in March 2016, exploited servers that supported SSLv2, an obsolete protocol, to break connections using modern TLS. The attack demonstrated how maintaining support for legacy protocols could compromise security. The Poodle attack in October 2014 exploited SSLv3 to decrypt secure connections. The Freak attack in March 2015 exploited export-grade cryptography. These attacks shared a common pattern where support for weak legacy options created vulnerabilities in systems that also supported strong cryptography. The lesson was that secure systems required not just strong algorithms, but also careful protocol design and rigorous elimination of weak options. Differential privacy emerged as an important framework for protecting privacy in statistical databases and machine learning systems. Differential privacy, formalized by Cynthia Dwork and others in 2006, provided a mathematical definition of privacy loss and mechanisms for adding carefully calibrated noise to query results or algorithms to limit information leakage about individuals. Major technology companies adopted differential privacy for various purposes. Apple announced in 2016 that it was using differential privacy to collect usage statistics from iOS and macOS devices while preserving user privacy. The US Census Bureau announced plans to use differential privacy for the 2020 census. Differential privacy represented a complementary approach to cryptography, protecting privacy through mathematical guarantees about information theory rather than computational hardness assumptions. Homomorphic encryption research made gradual progress toward practical implementations. Fully homomorphic encryption allowed arbitrary computations on encrypted data, enabling cloud servers to process sensitive information without being able to decrypt it. Craig Gentry's 2009 construction of the first fully homomorphic encryption scheme was enormously expensive computationally, but subsequent research developed more efficient schemes and specialized hardware accelerators. Somewhat homomorphic encryption schemes that supported limited classes of computations found applications in private information retrieval and secure computation. Microsoft's SEAL library and IBM's HELIB provided open-source implementations of homomorphic encryption schemes for research and experimentation. While fully homomorphic encryption remained too slow for most production applications, steady improvements suggested it might become practical for specialized uses. Secure multi-party computation protocols allowed multiple parties to jointly compute a function of their private inputs without revealing the inputs to each other. These protocols combined cryptographic techniques including secret sharing, oblivious transfer, and garbled circuits. Practical implementations of secure multi-party computation were deployed in several applications including privacy-preserving auctions, secure voting systems, and privacy-preserving genomic analysis. The Sugar Beet auction in Denmark, conducted regularly beginning in 2008, used secure multi-party computation to determine market-clearing prices without revealing individual bids. Estonia used internet voting with cryptographic verification in national elections. Researchers demonstrated secure computation on genomic data that allowed researchers to perform analyses on encrypted genomes without learning the underlying genetic information. Zero-knowledge proofs, which allowed one party to prove knowledge of information without revealing the information itself, found new applications. Zcash, a cryptocurrency launched in October 2016, used zero-knowledge proofs called ZK snarks to enable fully private transactions where sender, recipient, and amount were all hidden while still allowing the network to verify transaction validity. The ZK snark construction relied on advanced pairing-based cryptography and required a trusted setup ceremony where cryptographic parameters were generated in a way that required destroying certain secret values. Zcash conducted an elaborate multi-party ceremony to generate these parameters while minimizing trust assumptions. Research on zero-knowledge proofs continued to develop more efficient constructions and eliminate the need for trusted setups. The application of machine learning to cryptanalysis and cryptographic design emerged as a new research direction. Neural networks showed promise for attacking classical ciphers and for discovering cryptanalytic techniques automatically. Researchers demonstrated neural networks that could learn to break simple substitution ciphers without being explicitly programmed with frequency analysis techniques. Machine learning was also applied to side-channel analysis, where neural networks could extract secret keys from power traces or other side-channel information with high efficiency. Conversely, researchers explored using machine learning to design cryptographic primitives. Though the security of such automatically generated algorithms remained unclear, since traditional cryptographic security relied on careful mathematical analysis that machine learning systems could not yet perform. The integration of artificial intelligence and cryptography raised profound questions about the future relationship between human-designed security systems and machine intelligence that might eventually exceed human capability in both creating and breaking codes. Research institutions began investigating whether advanced AI systems could discover mathematical weaknesses in cryptographic algorithms faster than human cryptanalysts, potentially threatening the long-term security of systems considered secure against human analysis. The National Security Agency and other intelligence organizations reportedly invested heavily in quantum computing and AI-assisted cryptanalysis, though the details remained classified. The rapid advancement of computing power continued to put pressure on cryptographic key lengths and algorithm choices. The Bitcoin network's growth illustrated this clearly. By 2017, the total computational power dedicated to Bitcoin mining exceeded that of the world's most powerful supercomputers combined by many orders of magnitude. This massive computational power was dedicated to repeatedly hashing data, demonstrating both the security that comes from computational difficulty and the potential threat if such power were directed at breaking cryptographic systems. The energy consumption of proof-of-work cryptocurrencies became a subject of controversy, with Bitcoin's annual electricity consumption rivaling that of entire countries. This led to research on alternative consensus mechanisms that could provide security without massive computational expenditure. The year 2018 brought the first commercial availability of limited quantum computers from companies like IBM, which offered cloud access to small quantum processors. These devices had only a few dozen qubits and were not yet capable of running Shor's algorithm against real-world key sizes, but they allowed researchers worldwide to begin experimenting with quantum algorithms and quantum error correction. The race to build a cryptographically relevant quantum computer intensified, with estimates for when such a device might exist ranging from 10 to 30 years. This uncertainty created a planning challenge for organizations that needed to protect data with long-term secrecy requirements. Medical records, government secrets, and certain financial information needed protection for decades, meaning that data encrypted today with algorithms vulnerable to quantum computers might be at risk if an adversary recorded it now and decrypted it later, once quantum computers became available. This threat model, called Harvest Now, Decrypt Later, motivated the urgency of the post-quantum cryptography transition even before quantum computers existed. In 2019, the European Telecommunications Standards Institute published guidance on quantum-safe cryptography, recommending that organizations begin transitioning to post-quantum algorithms. Google announced that its Chrome browser would begin experimenting with post-quantum key exchange algorithms in TLS connections. The company conducted a large-scale experiment combining classical elliptic curve key exchange with the New Hope lattice-based algorithm, protecting the connection against both classical and quantum adversaries. The experiment demonstrated that post-quantum algorithms could be deployed at internet scale, though the increased computational cost and bandwidth requirements needed to be carefully managed. The European Union announced significant funding for quantum technologies, including both quantum computing research and quantum-safe cryptography. China continued its leadership in quantum communication, expanding its quantum satellite network and deploying quantum key distribution systems in multiple cities. The year 2020 saw continued progress in both quantum computing and post-quantum cryptography. IBM announced a roadmap to build a quantum computer with over 1,000 qubits by 2023 and over 1 million qubits by 2030. These numbers remained far below the estimates of millions or billions of qubits required to break RSA or elliptic curve systems with realistic key sizes, but the trajectory showed steady progress. Honeywell and IonQ announced competing quantum computing systems using different physical implementations. The diversity of approaches to building quantum computers, including superconducting qubits, trapped ions, photonic systems, and others, suggested that multiple paths might lead to scalable quantum computation. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the adoption of encrypted communication technologies as remote work became widespread. End-to-end. Encrypted video conferencing systems gained users, though most mainstream platforms like Zoom initially did not implement true end-to-end encryption due to the complexity of key management for large meetings. Signal added encrypted video calling features. The pandemic also highlighted the importance of secure digital health credentials and contact tracing systems, leading to cryptographic work on privacy, preserving exposure notification systems. Apple and Google collaborated on a Bluetooth-based exposure notification system that used cryptographic techniques to alert users of potential COVID exposure while preserving privacy. In 2021, the NSA issued updated guidance on post-quantum cryptography, recommending that national security systems begin planning for transition to quantum-resistant algorithms. The agency emphasized that the transition would be complex and time-consuming, requiring years of planning and implementation. The guidance acknowledged that NIST's ongoing post-quantum standardization process would inform algorithm selection, but urged agencies to begin inventorying their cryptographic systems and identifying dependencies. The existence of legacy systems that could not easily be updated posed a significant challenge. Embedded systems, industrial control systems, and satellite communication systems often had lifespans measured in decades and could not be easily upgraded to new cryptographic algorithms. Some satellites launched in 2021 used cryptographic systems that would still be in use in 2050, potentially long after quantum computers could break the algorithms they employed. This created difficult decisions about acceptable risk and the cost of premature replacement versus the risk of eventual compromise. The complexity of modern cryptographic systems had grown enormously since the days of the Caesar cipher. A single TLS connection in 2021 involved multiple layers of cryptography. A key exchange using elliptic curve Diffie Hellman, authentication using RSA or elliptic curve signatures, symmetric encryption using AES in an authenticated encryption mode like GCM, and integrity protection using HMAC. The browser validating a certificate checked a chain of digital signatures from a trusted certificate authority. The random number generators used to create cryptographic keys relied on hardware entropy sources and carefully designed algorithms to ensure unpredictability. Any weakness in any layer could compromise the entire system. This complexity made formal verification increasingly important. Researchers developed tools for mathematically proving that cryptographic implementations correctly followed their specifications and did not leak secret information through timing or other side channels. The intersection of cryptography and law enforcement continued to generate controversy. In 2021, Apple announced plans to implement a system for detecting child sexual abuse material on user devices before photos were uploaded to iCloud. The system used cryptographic techniques including private set intersection and threshold, secret sharing, to check photos against a database of known illegal content without revealing the database to users or giving Apple access to non-matching photos. Despite the sophisticated privacy-preserving cryptography, the proposal generated intense criticism from privacy advocates and security researchers who argued that building any system that scanned user content, regardless of cryptographic protections, created infrastructure that governments could pressure Apple to expand for other surveillance purposes. Apple eventually delayed and then suspended the program, illustrating the difficulty of balancing privacy, security, and public safety, even with advanced cryptographic techniques. The year 2022 brought significant developments in post-quantum cryptography. NIST announced its first selections for post-quantum cryptographic standards. The agency selected Crystal's Kyber for key exchange and Crystal's dilithium for digital signatures as the primary algorithms to be standardized. Both were based on lattice cryptography and had undergone extensive analysis during the NIST competition. NIST also selected Falcon, another lattice-based signature scheme, and Sphinx Plus, a hash-based signature scheme, as additional standards. The hash-based approach of Sphinx Plus offered high confidence in security, since it relied only on the security of cryptographic hash functions, but had larger signature sizes and slower performance than lattice-based schemes. NIST announced that it would continue evaluating several other algorithms for potential future standardization, particularly for key exchange algorithms not based on lattices, to provide diversity in case lattice problems proved vulnerable. The announcement marked a major milestone in the transition to post-quantum cryptography, though the actual deployment would take many years as organizations updated protocols, tested implementations, and replaced systems. The challenges of implementing post-quantum cryptography at scale became increasingly apparent. The increased size of public keys and ciphertext in lattice-based systems posed problems for protocols with strict message size limits. Certificate chains in TLS connections would grow larger, potentially causing problems for embedded systems with limited bandwidth. The computational cost of lattice operations required optimization work to achieve acceptable performance. Researchers and implementers worked to develop efficient implementations of the NIST-selected algorithms for various platforms. The transition required updates to cryptographic libraries, protocol specifications, standards documents, and countless deployed systems. The timeline for completing this transition stretched years into the future. Quantum key distribution systems achieved some commercial deployment despite skepticism from parts of the cryptographic community. China continued to lead in QKD, deployment with networks in several major cities, and the Mitchell satellite, enabling quantum key distribution over continental distances. European countries, including the United Kingdom, Austria, and Switzerland, deployed QKD links for government and financial communications. However, critics argued that the practical security of QKD systems did not match their theoretical security due to implementation vulnerabilities in the optical components and detectors. Several research teams demonstrated attacks against commercial QKD systems by exploiting imperfections in single-photon detectors or by manipulating the optical hardware. Defenders of QKD argued that these attacks could be mitigated with proper implementation and that the physics-based security of QKD still offered advantages over computational security assumptions. The debate illustrated the persistent challenge of translating theoretical cryptographic security into practical deployed systems. Cryptocurrency systems continued evolving with new cryptographic techniques. Ethereum transitioned from proof of work to proof of stake in a complex upgrade process that required new cryptographic mechanisms for validator selection and rewards. Layer 2 scaling solutions used cryptographic techniques, including optimistic rollups and zero-knowledge rollups, to increase transaction throughput. ZK rollups, in particular, represented a sophisticated application of zero-knowledge proofs, where a smart contract on the main blockchain verified a succinct proof that many transactions had been correctly executed off-chain, providing scalability while inheriting the security of the main chain. The complexity of these systems and the large amounts of money at stake made security critical. Several high-profile cryptocurrency thefts and smart contract exploits in 2021 and 2022, while typically not breaking cryptographic primitives, highlighted the difficulty of building secure systems even with strong cryptography. Research continued on fully homomorphic encryption, with practical implementations becoming more efficient, though still too slow for many applications. Microsoft's SEAL library and IBM's HELIB provided open-source implementations of FHE schemes. Researchers demonstrated applications, including private machine learning inference, where a model could make predictions on encrypted data, and secure genomic analysis, where researchers could query encrypted DNA databases. The computational overhead of FHE remained many orders of magnitude slower than computation on unencrypted data, limiting its use to applications where the privacy benefits justified the performance cost. the relationship between cryptography and human rights emerged as an important area of discussion. Secure encrypted communications provided essential protection for journalists, dissidents, and activists operating under authoritarian regimes. Human rights organizations documented cases where encryption prevented government surveillance and protected vulnerable populations. The shutting down of secure communication services, or the requirement for government backdoors, had documented harmful effects on at-risk users. At the same time, strong encryption complicated criminal investigations and counter-terrorism efforts, creating the ongoing tension between security and public safety that had no easy resolution. As 2023 progressed, the cryptographic community looked towards several key challenges and opportunities. The transition to post-quantum cryptography represented perhaps the most significant infrastructure change in the history of modern cryptography. The development of practical homomorphic encryption could enable new privacy-preserving applications. The maturation of secure multi-party computation could allow mutually distrusting parties to cooperate on computations without revealing their inputs. The continued growth of quantum computing brought both threats to current cryptography and opportunities for quantum cryptographic protocols. The application of formal verification to cryptographic implementations promised more reliable security. The integration of cryptography into blockchain and distributed systems created new applications and new challenges. The history of cryptography from ancient Egypt to the quantum age represented a continuous thread of human efforts to conceal and reveal information. The earliest substitution ciphers in hieroglyphics and the Atbash cipher served to add mystery or protect trade secrets. The Caesar cipher provided military security through simple letter shifts. Medieval Arab scholars developed frequency analysis, creating the mathematical study of cryptanalysis. Renaissance Europeans developed polyalphabetic ciphers that resisted frequency analysis for centuries. The mechanical age brought rotor machines and the cryptanalytic triumphs of World War II. The digital age introduced public key cryptography and transformed cryptography from an art into a mathematical science. The quantum age promised to revolutionize both cryptography and cryptanalysis once again. Throughout this history, cryptography remained a contest between those seeking to conceal information and those seeking to reveal it. Every advance in cryptography eventually met advances in cryptanalysis. Simple substitution fell to frequency analysis. Polyalphabetic ciphers fell to Kasiski examination and statistical attacks. The Enigma fell to brilliant cryptanalysis, aided by operator errors and early computers. DES fell to differential cryptanalysis and brute force. The mathematical principles underlying modern cryptography provided precise definitions of security and proofs of cryptographic properties. Yet, implementation remained challenging, and deployed systems continued to have vulnerabilities. The democratization of cryptography through publicly available software like PGP and open protocols like TLS brought strong encryption to ordinary users worldwide. This represented a fundamental shift from earlier eras when cryptography was the exclusive province of governments and militaries. The implications of this shift continued to reverberate through debates about law enforcement, access, national security, privacy rights, and the balance of power between individuals and states. The future trajectory of cryptography remained uncertain in fundamental ways. Would quantum computers be built at sufficient scale to break current public key cryptography? Would post-quantum algorithms prove secure against both quantum and classical attacks? Would homomorphic encryption become practical enough for widespread use? Would new mathematical breakthroughs reveal vulnerabilities in currently trusted systems or enable new cryptographic capabilities? Would artificial intelligence change the nature of both cryptographic design and cryptanalysis? These questions would shape the next chapters in the ongoing history of cryptography, continuing the ancient human practice of keeping and revealing secrets through ever more sophisticated means.